Chapter 219. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The whistling sound of the wind was ringing in their ears, and the cold wind was pervasive. It was as if a room full of cold air had suddenly been released. It was so cold that the hair on Yun Nuashing's body stood on end. Due to the excessive cold, his body actually started to hurt. Zee! Amidst the intense pain, Yun Nuashing forced his mouth open and shouted. His ability seemed to have been suppressed, and immortal energy couldn't leave his body. The only person who was safe and sound here was probably Z, right? Don't worry. There seems to be something down there. Let's go down and take a look first. Unexpectedly, Z laughed calmly. Wow. This freefall has a G of acceleration. If we fall to the ground, we'll turn into a meat patty. Even if we want to go down, we shouldn't go down like this. When he heard the girl's tone, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but wail in his heart. At the same time, he let out an extremely tragic wail, causing those who heard it to feel grief. Don't keep going down! The old man's aged voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They really didn't keep going down, they just kept falling. The whistling sound of the wind gradually numbed Yun Nuashing, and the fear in his heart subconsciously subsided. They maintained this posture and didn't reach the ground for a long time. Yun Nuashing used all her strength to turn half of her body so that she could see what was below her. It was pitch black, and the light had long left them. That dark place inexplicably made Yun Nuashing feel both fearful and at ease. Light? A few minutes later, he saw a tiny red light source rapidly approaching and enlarging at the bottom of the pitch-black hole. This made Yun Nuashing shudder violently, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He hurriedly yelled at the top of his voice, "The ground! The ground! We're on the ground! The ground! Ah! Nuashing! Big brother!" Zian and Ming were shocked by Yun Nuashing's yelling. Mei Mao's eyes were tightly shut, and she was completely pressed against his body. She was powerless to change anything. Yun Nuashing was suppressed, so she naturally couldn't protect herself. Ziyi! Yun Nuashing, who was being called, couldn't care less about the soft and warm in his arms. At this moment, he was also trying to call out to the others. He clenched his teeth and forcefully turned his body so that he could cushion the fall. He closed his eyes and waited. Hee. Yi finally chuckled softly. With a thought, he took over Yun Nuashing's body for a short period of time. A pair of pale purple eyes slowly opened, still containing some traces of mischief. Soon after, a majestic aura was suddenly unleashed, shattering the obscure imprisonment. After the imprisonment was shattered, the wind elemental energy that they had lost contact with swept over, causing their descending bodies to rapidly come to a halt. Boom! The huge force reverberated on the ground, smashing a 10 feet wide hole in the ground. Dust scattered in all directions. Yun Nuashing's body was suspended about an inch above the ground. He seemed to be able to feel the cold air coming from his back. There were a few black lines on his eyebrows as he trembled. His face looked like he had been played to death. Before he could even take a breath, he slowly fell to the ground. Damn, that was too exciting. My heart can't take it. When Yun Nuashing came back to his senses, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and they slowly slid down his cheeks. Yun Nuashing patted his chest and lowered his head. He saw Zian curled up in his arms like a little bird. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her hands were tightly clutching his clothes. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but blush. He couldn't hide the ripples in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed them. He coughed dryly, reached out, and shook her delicate shoulders. Zian, it's okay now. Zian was startled when she heard this. She gently opened her tightly shut eyes and looked up. She just happened to meet Yun Nuashing's gaze. Their cheeks were almost pressed together, and their breaths hit each other's faces. When their eyes met, a layer of red instantly appeared on their cheeks, and even their heads felt a little dizzy. Ahem. Ming, who was sandwiched together like a meat patty, finally couldn't help but cough softly when he saw the two of them like this. It was like a thunderclap that shook the two of them out of their dizzy state. After being awakened by Ming's cough, the two of them scrambled to their feet and then quickly turned their backs to him. That scene just now could be said to be the most intimate they've ever been since they met. She gently combed her messy long hair and patted her dusty windbreaker. Her face was still a little red, and her gaze slightly sized up this place. The place where they fell was a circular platform. Other than the huge crater that had just been smashed open, the surrounding area was filled with flirtatious, fiery red flowers and plants. The red light flickered faintly, and the faint red light illuminated this quiet place, casting the shadows of the three people on the stone wall. The flirtatious flowers bloomed with blood-red lines, and the blood-red light illuminated the atmosphere here, making it seem a little eerie. She looked up and saw the huge crater that matched the size of the platform. The fiery red light couldn't illuminate the darkness above, so she didn't know how high the crater was. Directly opposite Yun Nuashing was a tunnel that reflected the red light. Although it looked very bright from afar, it was also a little creepy, as if this place led to hell. Nuashing. Xian also saw the surrounding scene and walked closer a little nervously. She held Ming's hand with her slender hand, and her crystal-like eyes scanned the surroundings, then focused on Yun Nuashing and called out softly, "Shu." Yun Nuashing raised a finger to her mouth and shushed softly. The divine artifact appeared at will, protecting them in all directions. Then she picked up Ming, patted her head, and looked straight at the tunnel that was just big enough for the two of them to pass through side by side. She narrowed her eyes slightly. It was dark underground, and according to common sense, there shouldn't be any plants growing here. Moreover, these blood-red flowers belong to the two sides of the yellow springs. The red spider lily, Manjusika spider lily, blooms on the other side of the shore. You can only see the flowers, but not the leaves. Legend has it that it exists on both sides of the yellow springs, and it's one of the 4 flowers that bring auspicious omens from the heavens. Its original meaning is the flower of the heavens, and whoever sees this flower will be cleansed of evil. Yun Nuashing softly murmured as she looked at the flirtatious red flowers, and then laughed helplessly. This place that was known as the Forbidden Zone of Life actually had this kind of flower that symbolized auspicious omens? Was she mocking them? Spider lily. Xian repeated softly when she heard Yun Nuashing's murmur. She looked at the tunnel that was filled with crimson red, and her brows furrowed slightly. A moment later, her nose twitched slightly, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Other than the Manjuseka, there's also the ghost spirit flower. It's shaped like 5 stars, and its color is dark blue. Its fragrance is like musk, and it's like an orchid. The 5 pistils merge into one, and its fragrance can spread for miles. Although it's very beautiful, it's indeed a flower that symbolizes great omens. Because of the sea of flowers, Xian usually liked to study flowers and plants. She could immediately distinguish some unique scents. Yun Nuashing frowned when she heard this. She looked around, but she didn't see the so-called blue flowers. Moreover, there were actually flowers growing in the forbidden zone of life of the earth element. Was it man-made or natural? If it was the former, then it would be fine. Perhaps someone had carved it to create this strange atmosphere. If it was the latter, then it didn't make sense. There's no aura of life. Yun Nuashing muttered in her heart. Although this place was filled with blood-red flowers, she didn't feel any aura of life. Her evil spirit, I also didn't see any emerald green aura of life. It was as if these flowers didn't exist. Spider lily? This thing actually exists. Zai also saw everything through his eyes. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. Her jade-like hand stroked her sharp chin, and after a long while she sighed. It's normal that you can't feel any aura of life. If you can sense the aura of a spider lily, then it means that you're already dead. That's a flower that only belongs to the river Styx. It's impossible for a living person to sense the aura of a spider lily. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing also heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that there was a problem with her senses. Let's go. Since we're here, then let's take things as they come. Right now we can't fly. What we can do? After sensing for a bit, she discovered that her faint connection with the wind element had been completely cut off. Yun Nuashing sighed and pointed at the dazzling red tunnel. She said in a deep voice, "We can only go forward." Apart from the fact that they couldn't use the wind element to fly, the energy restriction just now seemed to have dissipated. Since they couldn't fly, they could only find another way to go back. Yes, let's go together. Zia nodded and took a step forward. Her jade-like hand gently pinched Yun Nuashing's clothes as she spoke softly. With her mind, she controlled a few divine weapons to float to Xian's right. The 18 weapons floated up and down with their footsteps. She looked around again and her gaze swept back. She stared at the stone tunnel that looked like the netherworld. She lifted her foot and slowly walked in, disappearing into the darkness. Both of them walked very slowly, taking 3 steps every 5 seconds. In the faintly red tunnel, the red light reflected on Yun Nuashing's and Xian's solemn faces. A faint fragrance floated around them, causing Yun Nuashing to be much more vigilant. This was especially so when he discovered that this smell was similar to the ghost spirit flowers fragrance that Xian had described. The immortal qi in his body slowly circulated, ready to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. The tunnel wasn't long. With the two of them walking at a moderate pace, they reached the end of the tunnel in 10 minutes. The entrance at the end of the tunnel was covered by the red light, and they couldn't see what was inside. However, the fragrance of the ghost spirit flower was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost as if it was rushing over in waves, constantly rushing into their noses. The two of them looked at each other. Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment, then carried Ming, who was in his arms, and placed him in Xian's arms. The latter also knew the current situation, so he didn't make a fuss. He just obediently lay on Xian's shoulder. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The Ling Hong sword appeared in his right hand, and the swirling zither appeared between the two of them. Then he took the Feng Tian halberd with one hand, glanced at the red light, and pulled her into the tunnel. Their bodies were engulfed by the red light, and the strong light made them habitually close their eyes. After a while, they slowly opened their eyes. As soon as their vision became clear, the two of them were stunned. This was a sea of flowers. Blue flowers grew along the hillsides, and blue light shot out from every corner of this place, intertwining into a sea of light. The fragrance of orchids and musk permeated the air, and blue mist filled the entire space. It was like a fairyland. However, it was such a scene that made Yun Nuashing and Xian instantly vigilant. A sea of ghost spirit flowers. Seeing the scene in front of him, Xian couldn't help but murmur. His eyes were dull. This place was full of blue, and there wasn't a trace of red. The red spider lilies didn't seem to have bloomed here. What kind of evil technique did they want to describe this place as to plant so many ghost spirit flowers? Do you believe in feng shui? After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Yun Nuashing touched his cheeks. He turned his head and looked at the shocked Ziyan as he muttered, It's all about believing in it and not believing in it. Ziyan said in a low voice as he tightened his grip on Yun Nuashing's sleeve. Little star, there's something wrong with this place. Zai's voice sounded at this moment, and it echoed in Yun Nuashing's heart like a wind chime. It was that kind of low chuckle, and he didn't sound anxious at all. Yes, there's something wrong. Don't you see the ghost spirit flowers blooming all over the mountain? Yun Nuashing nodded in agreement. Anyone could see that there was something wrong with this place. Did he even need to say it? No, I'm saying that this place isn't as simple as just planting flowers. There seems to be something else buried under the sea of flowers. You should be able to find out once you reach the center of the hill. Ziyi sneered when he heard that. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched after hearing Zai's words. Although he was a little unwilling, he still nodded slightly. He looked around, and after confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he carefully led the startled Zian forward. Although this place was a little strange, Yun Nuoxing wasn't too afraid. The swirling zither was right next to him. As long as it wasn't something like the rebirth mirror, he didn't need to be afraid. A small path extended along the foot of the small hill. This path in the sea of flowers seemed to have been specially left for people to walk on. Although it was winding, it kept going towards the center. It kept going around and around the foot of several mountains, as if deliberately not passing through the hills. After they went around a few hills, the closed hills suddenly opened up. The huge opening led to the center of the hills, and there wasn't a path for them to walk on. Looking at the endless sea of blue inside, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and nodded at Zian. Then he lifted his feet and walked into the sea of blue flowers. His robes brushed past the blue flowers, and a soft, rustling sound was heard. Yun Nuoxing and Yun Luo forcefully walked out a path in the dense sea of flowers. The blue water droplets splashed on his black windbreaker, leaving a shallow mark before disappearing quietly. The center of the valley was a little higher than the other places, and the surroundings were covered in dense, ghost spirit flowers. When the two of them finally arrived at the center of the valley, they saw the white flower standing alone in the center, and their eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Chapter 220. White-red spider lily, datura flower. Yun Nuoxing softly said the name of the swaying white flower as she looked at the small white area in front of her. Datura flowers and red spider lilies should originally grow on the banks of the River of Forgetfulness in the Yellow Springs. Does this mean that the sea of ghost spirit flowers is the River of Forgetfulness? Zian muttered to himself as he looked at the dozen or so white flowers and the blue sea around them. Hee, little star, dig up these datura flowers. While the two of them were stunned, Zai's laughter sounded in Yun Nuoxing's mind as he spoke as if he was guiding her. Huh, dig up? Yun Nuoxing repeated in surprise when she heard this. She tilted her head and looked at the snow-white fluorescent flowers with a strange gaze. She didn't know why she had to dig them up. Yes, dig them up, pull them up by the roots. Zai confirmed. Yun Nuoxing hesitated when she heard Zai's confirmation. However, when she thought that Zai wouldn't harm her, she relaxed. She turned her head and whispered to Zian, "You guys step back a little. I'll dig these things up." Dig. Both Zian and Ho Ming were stunned. By the time they reacted, they saw Yun Nuoxing waving his sword and shoveling away the surrounding soil. They had no choice but to tell him to be careful. After that, they were surrounded by several divine artifacts and retreated a certain distance. After loosening the layer of soil around him, Yun Nuoxing threw his sword to the side. He bent his palm slightly, and his palm faced the devil's snare flower. A low shout came from his throat, and a suction force suddenly erupted from his palm, sucking out the flower along with the soil in that area. He glanced at it, then casually threw it to the side. His gaze looked at the place where there was no flower, and his pupils shrank slightly. What appeared under the white spider lilies was a pitch-black cave entrance. A cold, sinister wind blew out from below, brushing against Yun Nuoxing's body. It made his hair stand on end, and he hurriedly pulled his windbreaker close. And this cave entrance that had suddenly appeared was only about 10 feet wide. There was actually a dark blue spirit design stuck to it, like a seal that was suppressing this cave entrance. Yun Nuoxing could clearly feel the sealing power emanating from the spirit design. Even after being washed by time, it was still the same as before. This is... Zian also came up to take a look and was stunned for a moment. He turned his gaze to Yun Nuoxing and asked in confusion. It's a type of barrier formation. It's blocking this hole and using it as a foundation to plant the datura flowers. The moment she saw the formation, Yun Nuoxing instinctively opened her evil spirit eye. She looked at the small blue formation and gently explained it. Unfortunately, the evil spirit eye could not analyze it. The powerful force also blocked her from prying. If only Xiaoxi was here. Seeing that the evil spirit eye could not analyze it, Yun Nuoxing could not help but sigh. If Yi Shi was here, it would be easy to use the evil spirit eye to analyze this formation. Unfortunately, that little girl had forcefully used the Linghong sword and suffered a backlash. She was now sleeping in his soul. Break it! Ziyi chuckled when she saw the formation. She called out enthusiastically, as if she was filled with a desire to destroy. So what's down there? Hearing her display of incomparable enthusiasm, Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask. She had never seen her so excited before. After asking curiously, Yun Nuoxing sighed. She did not wait for her answer and directly used her evil spirit eye. Although she could not analyze its structure, she could still find a shallow analysis, such as finding a weakness. Around her bright eyes, small formations appeared and gathered in front of her eyes. She peeled off the blue formation layer by layer and analyzed it. She separated the formation eye from the energy matrix. After a moment, she suddenly fixed her eyes on a spot in the formation. She grabbed the Linghong sword and stabbed it at the weak spot. Kacha! Just as Linghong's sword pierced through the magic array, a faint fluorescent light flowed, and a silver spatial power flowed out from the sword and into the magic array. Then the blue magic array, after bursting with a strong light, instantly shattered into small pieces and dissipated in the air. The moment the formation shattered, an extremely cold air gushed out as if a gate had been opened. It directly froze Yun Nuoxing's bangs, who did not have time to retract his head, into a snow stick. Some ice shards also fell from the surrounding space. If one sensed carefully, they would discover that these tiny ice crystals were actually the moisture in the air. Looking at the few hanging ice sticks, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. She moved the purple night flame according to her will and melted the ice. Then, she cast her gaze at the deep hole with some hesitation in her heart. That 1 foot wide hole was silent after the cold wind blew. It was deep and dark. She couldn't see what was at the bottom. Even the evil spirit, I couldn't see through it. Ever since the formation shattered, Xian's delicate body trembled. An inexplicable calling seemed to be born from the bottom of her heart, tugging at her faintly. After a long time, she came back to her senses. She tugged at Yun Nuoxing's arm and said softly, "Nuoxing, something is calling me." Calling. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing gasped. She stared at the hole for a long time. Then she looked at Xian, who was also looking at the hole. She couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on her forehead. She wasn't going to jump down, was she? Don't keep going down. Thinking about the old man's words, Yun Nuoxing felt that something wasn't right. However, she had already planned to help Xian find her lost power. Now, perhaps it was because she was close at hand, or perhaps it was because she was overjoyed, but she had a feeling. It seemed that she should jump down. Little star, jump! Just as Yun Nuoxing was hesitating, Purple Knight's voice sounded again with an unquestionable tone. Ah! Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. She looked at Xian, who was in a daze, and said helplessly, "Then let's go down and take a look." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Xian's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face bloomed with a beautiful and moving smile. For the first time, she extended her hand to Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mel looked at her with slight anticipation. Her smile made Yun Nuoxing lose her mind. She slapped herself twice in her heart. She smiled bitterly and reached out to grab Xian's soft hand. Then she pulled Xian into her embrace. She took a deep breath and jumped down. The cold wind poured into her lungs through her nostrils. The sudden drop in temperature made Yun Nuoxing shiver violently. She endured the chill and stared at the pitch-black hole below with her evil spirit eye. She pointed the sky piercer in her hand at the rock wall. Faint immortal energy lingered on it. She was ready to stab it into the rock wall at any time to break. However, After falling like this for more than 10 minutes, just as she was about to reach the ground and was about to break through the rock wall to slow down, a majestic air current suddenly shot out from her body. Their rapidly falling figures gradually slowed down. Only when they reached the ground did the air current dissipate. Yun Nuashing sighed. He knew that this was Purple Knight's masterpiece. It was so dark that she couldn't see her own fingers. Even sound seemed to be drowned out by the darkness. It was silent. If it wasn't for the soft and gentle body in his arms, Yun Nuashing would have thought that her 5 senses were sealed. I've really had enough of this kind of darkness, even if black is my color. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh bitterly in his heart. Whether it was the song of death's formation or the sea of consciousness, they were all pitch black. It made his heart palpitate for no reason. Don't use fire. Because their surroundings were so dark that they couldn't see anything, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but want to use Purple Night Flame out of fear of the dark. However, he was stopped by a soft voice in his heart. He immediately smiled bitterly. Since he couldn't light a fire, Yun Nuashing could only release his soul energy. It extended along the boundless darkness and completely covered a large area. The information was fed back to his mind and gradually formed a map. This was a platform. There were crisscrossing passages on the edge. He didn't know where to go. Xian, how do we go now? Yun Nuashing helplessly withdrew his soul energy. Because he was the same height as Xian, it was very convenient for him to move his mouth a little closer to Xian's ear. He whispered in a low voice. However, his voice was swallowed up by the darkness before it could travel far. However, Xian still heard him. Mei Mao stared at the boundless darkness and sensed for a moment. Then her lily-white hand groped around her and grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand. She raised it and pointed in a direction. Although it was so dark that they couldn't see anything, they could still tell the direction by feeling. Yun Nuashing directly carried Xian in a princess carry. It was too dangerous for the two of them to split up in this dark place. As soon as he carried Xian and praised him in his heart, Yun Nuashing immediately felt 4 hands on him, a pair of big hands and a pair of small hands. A warm feeling passed through his clothes and spread to his chest. He couldn't help but blush slightly. He hurriedly suppressed his churning emotions and endured the comfortable softness on his palm. He stared at the darkness with wide eyes. The slight fear in his heart diluted a lot. Only then did he walk forward gently. His soul energy and immortal chi were still in a state of operation. In this dark and boundless place, vision and hearing were useless. The only things he could trust were his soul energy and immortal chi. Although it was very tiring to keep probing, it was never wrong to be careful, especially in this dark place. It was also a place of great danger. After a long time, Yun Nuashing suddenly stopped and turned his head with some confusion. He sensed that something seemed to have happened on the road behind him. Unfortunately, he couldn't see or sense it clearly at this moment. Therefore, he only stopped for a moment and continued walking forward, treating it as an illusion. After walking for a few minutes, he stopped again. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but turn his head to look again. Then he shook his head and mocked himself for being crazy. Then he lifted his feet again. Run! He shuddered inexplicably. When Yun Nuashing stopped for the 3rd time, Violet Knight's reminder suddenly rang out in his heart. Then, in his perception, the space in this area seemed to be shrinking. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the surrounding stone walls were slowly closing in. Damn, it's not an illusion. The feedback from his soul energy gave Yun Nuashing a fright. Just now, he felt that the surrounding space seemed to have shrunk a little. However, it was too small, so he thought it was an illusion. Now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. He let out a strange cry. When he sensed that the stone walls seemed to be moving faster, Yun Nuashing cursed. He hugged the 2 people in his arms tightly and ran away. Rumble! This was the first time a sound came from the boundless darkness. Yun Nuashing quickly pricked up his ears. However, He discovered that this dull thunder seemed to be the sound of the stone walls moving. This place was trembling violently with its movement. Some stones suddenly protruded from the ground, causing Yun Nuashing to trip and almost fall. "Damn it, I don't care any more." After stumbling a few steps forward, Yun Nuashing hurriedly stabilized his staggering body. He was a little anxious. He waved his hand and a purple flame rose, causing the air to become much hotter. At the same time, the surroundings slowly became brighter. I told you not to use fire. This is troublesome." Ziyi was also shocked when he saw Yun Nuashing's sacrificial fire. He anxiously stomped his feet and couldn't help but shout, "Rumble!" The moment this shout fell, Yun Nuashing suddenly realized that the speed of the stone wall's movement had suddenly increased. The thunderous sound of friction between the boulders resounded throughout the entire cave. The entire cave began to tremble crazily. The ground shook like waves, and he was also lifted up by this sudden vibration. Damn it! I've never heard of stones moving like this. No matter how unreasonable it is, there should be a limit, right? He hurriedly stabilized his body. With the help of the purple night flame's light, Yun Nuashing could clearly see the changing ground and the rapidly approaching stone walls in the distance. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. He was so frightened that he cursed. "I don't care any more." After looking left and right for a moment, Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth. The light element surged in his body, and he turned into a ray of light. He charged straight ahead and plunged into the dark passage in the middle. Rumble! Just as they plunged into the passage, the two stone walls behind them closed at the same time. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire cave. The entire cave shook and a lot of crushed stones fell. After a moment, the tremors also calmed down as the stone walls closed. That was a close call. Looking back at the cut-off escape route, Yun Nuashing wiped off his sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. On his forehead, a few drops of sweat gently slid down, but before they fell to his chin, they were gently wiped away by a pair of small hands. "Brother, are you all right?" Ming asked worriedly when he saw his exhausted appearance. Nuashing. Zian also looked at him worriedly. Mei Mao was also worried. "I'm fine, it was just too exciting." Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. He laughed dryly and hurriedly shook his head. "Idiot, there was an energy detection formation in that place just now. The greater the energy released, the greater the reaction. You actually directly used fire. Are you tired of living?" Violet Knight let out an imperceptible sigh of relief after escaping danger. She then rebuked him softly. "How would I know?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Just now, he only used his evil spirit eye to look in front of him. He didn't look underground. Furthermore, the degree of darkness was so dark that even his evil spirit eye couldn't see through it. It was quite normal that he couldn't see. Clearly, there's light. Seeing that he was fine, Zian patted him on the shoulder and pointed forward. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned. Only then did he react. He had already removed the fire, but he could still see it here. A moment later, he slowly raised his head and stared at the light source in front of him that was like a guiding light. His brows slightly furrowed. Chapter 221. The ray of light was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Although it couldn't illuminate the entire world, it pointed out a path. The silent darkness seemed to have been like this since ancient times. Buzz. After a long while, a slight fluctuation came from the space. It was like a drop of water falling on a calm surface of water, causing layers of ripples. In the pitch-black world, two blurry figures illuminated by the light gradually appeared from the darkness. After blinking a few times, the deep darkness enveloped the two of them. Looking at the only light in the darkness, an inexplicable chill surged up their backs, causing Yun Nuashing to shudder violently. She hurriedly opened her evil spirit eye and carefully inspected her surroundings. After finding nothing out of the ordinary and no strange formations, She breathed a sigh of relief. The immortal chi in her body flowed out slightly, illuminating the dark place a little. This was a passageway that could only accommodate 3 people walking side by side. The passageway was very smooth, without any undulations. It was like a perfectly cut stone. Even the stone walls were as smooth as a mirror. She could even see faint shadows reflected on the stone walls with a little bit of light. It didn't seem like a naturally formed passageway. Furthermore, this passageway wasn't made of stone. The dark ground and walls looked like pieces of a black mirror pieced together. Using the faint light to carefully examine this new, strange place, Yun Nuashing opened her mouth to say something, but she touched her face in shock. Her voice still couldn't travel out of this place. In the deathly silent darkness, the faint light was the only existence in the passageway. "The connection is cut off," Xian's soft voice transmitted to her ear, causing Yun Nuashing to raise her head and sigh in relief. It seemed that she could still transmit her voice. However, she wasn't sure why the connection was cut off. She casually replied, "Let's go ahead and take a look first. There's no point in staying here." Xian nodded. She closed her eyes to sense for a while, but after a few seconds, she opened her eyes and helplessly shook her head. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing also lifted her feet and slowly walked forward. The lonely underground was dark without light, and there was no concept of time. They didn't know how long they had been walking like this. Yun Nuashing and Yi Shiwen even jogged for a while, but this passageway seemed to be endless. The 4 pitch-black mirror walls formed a passageway that extended to the end of the darkness. They kept walking along the light source that illuminated the path ahead. They even used the light element to sprint for a while. However, no matter how Yun Nuashing walked, she couldn't get close to that place. It was as if the light was hanging above their heads, swaying in front of them. Something's not right. After using the light element for a while, Yun Nuashing stopped panting. Her light purple eyes flickered with exhaustion. Although she had reached the immortal rank, it didn't mean that she could use the light element without restraint. After a long time, she still needed to rest. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, resting. Xian nodded lightly and unintentionally turned back to look at the pitch-black and endless path. It was completely surrounded by darkness, as if the path had been cut off. Fortunately, there's someone beside me every time the darkness descends. Otherwise, I would definitely go crazy. Yun Nuashing also turned back to look the path swallowed by darkness. She couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Now that she thought about it, if Yi Shi and Zai weren't by her side at that time, she would probably get lost in this crazy darkness. Fortunately, she had Xian by her side this time. "Little star, do you still remember what that old man said?" When Yun Nuashing was resting, Zai's voice softly sounded in her heart, reminding her. "Which one?" Yun Nuashing stared blankly. She remembered a few of the old man's words, but she didn't know which one Zai was referring to. "Don't believe in your vision." Zai sighed. "Vision?" Yun Nuashing frowned and squinted at the flickering light source. Could it be that there was something strange about this thing? But she had used her evil spirit eye to look at it, and there didn't seem to be anything strange. "Star Lord Nuashing, let's try going back." At this moment, Xian suddenly pulled on Yun Nuashing's sleeve and pointed behind her. She seemed to have thought of something as well. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned around and glanced at the tunnel that was completely hidden in the darkness. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back to look at the white light that was still hanging high in the sky. She nodded and slowly walked back with Xian. However, the stars changed and their vision brightened as they expected didn't happen. They only walked back for a few minutes, and the dark tunnel also became slightly brighter as they got closer. However, when the light reached a certain extent, they couldn't see what the tunnel looked like beyond 10 meters. Isn't that right?" "We guessed wrong," the 2 women said helplessly when they didn't see what they expected. Xian even stuck out her pink tongue. "Vision. Yun Nuashing didn't care about her failed attempt. She was still thinking about this word. She kept rubbing her thumb and index finger together, and her slender brows were tightly knitted together. Zian and Ming didn't say anything when they saw this. They let her think quietly for a while. Mirror. After a long time, Yun Nuashing murmured. She slowly turned her gaze to the smooth black stone wall beside her. There, a blurry mirror image was also looking at her. Yun Nuashing thought of a possibility. She slowly took a deep breath and slowly raised her hand. She slowly reached out and carefully touched the wall. His fingers slowly touched the black mirror. The cold and hard feeling that he had imagined did not appear. Moreover, his fingertips gently penetrated through it and reached into the mirror. Ripples that looked like water waves appeared on the surface of the mirror and continued to spread to the surroundings. Yun Nuashing could still see the blurry image that had been rippled by the water waves. He widened his eyes in shock. Damn it! Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. Did he just run and dash for nothing? Although he was a little happy to see this, he still cursed helplessly. It's actually a wall. Zian also looked at the wall in surprise. She didn't expect the wall that had been following them for so long to have such a mystery. Yes. Ah. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She nodded helplessly. She didn't think in this direction at first. Just a moment ago, she was still thinking about whether she should shoot an arrow at the light and destroy it. She only touched the wall based on her intuition. Yun Nuashing pulled Zian and Lin Yiqian along. She took a deep breath and slowly drilled her head into the camouflaged mirror. Yun Nuashing felt a chill on the top of her head. When she opened her eyes again, all she saw was darkness. It was a cold darkness. Fresh air filled her lungs. It seemed like no one had been here before. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Nuashing stared at the desolate darkness. With a thought, his soul force surged with immortal energy, illuminating the darkness. Looking at the surrounding soil and rock walls, he could not help but nod his head. He pulled Zian, who was still at the other side, and walked over. Then he stopped and touched the ground. A cold feeling was transmitted through his fingers. Looks like it's this way. Yun Nuashing rubbed the soil on her fingers and nodded. She smiled at the two. She turned around and looked at the wall. It didn't look strange at all. She couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that behind this wall was a passage that almost made them lose their way? The way back is blocked. Zian subconsciously turned around and saw the brown-yellow wall. She touched it lightly with her hand, but it didn't go through like the other side. She couldn't help but frown. It's impossible to go back the way we came. We can only take one step at a time. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Even if they went back to the mirror passage, the original place they came from was already distorted by the stone wall. It was impossible to go back from there. There was no way back now. I wonder how many meters underground we are now. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The overflowing earth elemental energy made his water elemental energy somewhat restless, and even made him feel a little uncomfortable. Passing through the wall, this place was like a stalactite cave. Numerous slender stone spikes hung down from the ceiling of the cave. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of milky white liquid would drip down, making a crisp tick-tock sound as they dripped onto the ground. Like a piece of music, some of the stone spikes were even directly connected to the ground, forming a huge protruding stone pier, which divided this space into dozens of regions vertically. This is probably the deepest part of the Earth Grotto, right? The Earth elemental energy has completely taken over this place. Her head moved around a stalactite. She flicked the liquid dripping from the stalactite and rubbed her 2 fingers together. Rich Earth elemental energy spread out. Yun Nuashing murmured as she felt the green energy surging uncontrollably in her body. I feel like we're very close. I can hear a strange sound, like the sound of a drum, like a heartbeat. Yen looked at the surroundings as well. She placed her jade-like hands on her chest and her beautiful eyes stared at the crisscrossing passageways. In the end, she looked at the deepest and darkest place and said, "Heartbeat." Yun Nuashing was startled. He didn't hear anything. Besides, if there was a heartbeat, didn't that mean there were living creatures here? However, along the way, apart from the earth rock spider they saw at the beginning, they didn't seem to have seen any other living creatures. Could it be that the nest of spiders had taken root here? "Brother, there's something in there, that thing." Suddenly, Ming Ming tugged on Yun Nuashing's long hair and pointed at the black hole in front of them as he said softly, "That thing? What's that thing?" Yun Nuashing was startled. "It's that thing we sensed on the ground." Ming thought for a long time before shaking her head anxiously. She tried her best to think, but could only think of that thing, leaving Yun Nuashing completely confused. "Well, we'll know once we go in and take a look." Yun Nuashing smiled as he caressed her delicate face. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile when he looked in that direction. Xian heard a strange sound, and Ming sensed that there was something inside, but he didn't hear or sense anything after bypassing several huge stalactite pillars and walking for more than 10 minutes. The path ahead had unknowingly become much narrower. The number of stalactite pillars hanging vertically had also decreased from dozens to a dozen. Gradually, after bypassing several huge stalactite pillars, the number of stalactite pillars in sight became fewer and fewer. Finally, they seemed to have merged together, leaving only a wide path in front of them. There were many thick stone tendons that were as thick as thighs on the surrounding stone walls. They were clearly there for a long time, but the color of these stone tendons was different from the surrounding stone walls. It was as if they were dug out from somewhere else and stuck to the stone walls, but in fact, they were naturally present on the stone walls. This contradictory feeling made Yun Nuashing take a few more glances, but she couldn't see anything wrong with it. An hour later, Yun Nuashing stood in front of a stone wall. She raised her head and looked at the wall that looked like a door. It was at least 100 feet tall. She scanned the surroundings and fixed her gaze on the small crack in the middle, as if she could push it open. A door! Xian was stunned for a moment. How could there be something like a door in the underground world? I also felt something this time. Yun Nuashing shrugged and laughed. She took the lead and walked to the door. Xian hurriedly followed after her. Yun Nuashing placed her palm on the stone door and sized it up cautiously. She habitually released her soul power, but just as she placed it on the door, she felt a resistance. She couldn't transmit her soul power through the door, and this made Yun Nuashing even more vigilant. Just as Yun Nuashing placed her hand on one door, Xian also placed her hand on the other door. Mei Mao blinked cutely at Yun Nuashing and nodded her chin. As he gazed at that flawless and pretty face, Yun Nuashing gave a knowing smile and nodded his head, after which he took a deep breath before the two of them exerted force in their palms and slowly pushed the stone door open. Rumble! As the two of them exerted their strength, the entire stone door shook violently. Smoke and dust filled the air from the cracks in the middle and below. The two stone doors gently moved inwards. The friction between the thick and heavy stone doors and the ground caused the underground world to rumble and shake. The two from Yun Nua planet saw this scene, and a look of joy appeared on their faces. Just a moment ago, they were still worried that this door was fake. At this moment, seeing that the door had opened, they hurriedly increased their strength. Creak! The stone door let out a heavy muffled sound, then automatically left their palms and slowly opened inwards. A gloomy and cold wind poured out at the same time, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Before the cold wind could reach them, Yun Nuashing used the light element to carry Ziyan away and retreated a distance away. It seems that the door hasn't been opened for a long time. Feeling the surrounding temperature drop, Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes, seeing the two huge stone doors open. The energy in her body quietly circulated. She even pulled Xian behind her. Her eyes stared sharply at the open space, and the vigilance in her heart increased by dozens of times. rumble. When the stone door was completely opened, leaning against the stone wall, it suddenly let out a muffled sound. The entire cave shook, and a large amount of lime fell from the top of the cave. Dust filled the air and drifted in the air, following the opening of the stone door, and even colder, white-cold air drifted out, slowly drifting out. The scene behind the door was also revealed. It wasn't as dark as the outside. There was a faint light on the inside, and a slender staircase could be seen. Beside the staircase were many stone pillars. Balls of brown flames rose from them, illuminating the surroundings. The staircase was carved with all kinds of birds and beasts. They all had sinister faces, as if they were experiencing great pain. Those lifelike expressions seemed to be real. Be careful. Walk over slowly. Seeing the staircase, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and said, "The staircase didn't seem to be formed naturally, but it didn't seem to be man-made. Those magical beasts and demonic beasts were drawn so lifelike. Even their expressions were so vivid, as if the last moment of their lives had been fixed." Chapter 222. On the silver-white stairs, for feet were moving up and down rhythmically. Behind him was an elongated shadow, which looked like a demon creature baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. A faint chill passed through his shoes to his feet, giving Yin Nuashing goosebumps all over his body. He could not help but pull his windbreaker closer. The chill had directly penetrated his energy barrier. Normal energy could not stop it at all. If it were not for Zai reminding him not to use energy that fluctuated too violently, he might have already summoned the purple night flame to ward off the cold. Ming Ming simply shrank into his embrace, his small hands pulling the windbreaker over his body. Even Ziyan couldn't help but press her body against Yun Nuashing's body. The cold air in this place seems to be even more excessive than that in the ghost forest. Yun Nuashing stretched out his 6 wings and wrapped Ziyan. He took a deep breath and trembled as he walked out. This cold air was not the same as the cold air, but was condensed and compressed from pure earth elemental energy. It could be considered a relatively strange, mutated energy. If an earth elemental possessor absorbed it, there was a certain chance that the element in their body would be improved, and it would also be attached with some cold air. When facing an enemy, it would have an unexpected effect. Achoo! Ziyan covered her mouth and sneezed. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and glanced at her. He thought for a moment, then took off his windbreaker and put it on her. Ziyan was slightly startled by the windbreaker that was suddenly put on her. Mei Mao carefully looked at his thin back for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you." Yun Nuashing waved his hand casually. His slender arms were extremely white. If Ziyan could see his face, he would find that his handsome face was slightly flushed. The brown flames on the stone pillars on both sides swayed slightly in the breeze as the two walked. This flight of stairs was still going up at first, but midway it changed direction and turned sharply downwards, forming a depression. Standing at the top of the stairs and looking down, an icy blue fog rolled and flowed like clouds, completely covering the bottom. On the flat ground, Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye and stared at the cold fog below. After a long time, he helplessly sighed and shook his head. Ever since he entered this forbidden area, his eyes were not as good as before. They were only slightly better than normal eyes. This place is very much like an altar. At the top of the stone platform, there were many stone pillars that were 30 feet tall. A small portion of the stone pillars had brown flames rising from them. The outermost 2 flames were flickering, and the sparks were dying out. The light dimmed, as if they were about to be extinguished. Ziyan looked around carefully, then shifted her gaze back to Yun Nuashing. Her crystal-like eyes turned twice, and she said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. He also had the same feeling. His outstanding soul force could feel that this place was like a magnet that was constantly absorbing energy. Then, through the rising flames on the stone pillars, It was transmitted down the silver stairs. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Incredible. This is a big shot. So that's how it is. This restricted area. Through Yun Nuoshing's perception, Zi Yi also saw the situation clearly. He couldn't help but exclaim with some surprise in his voice. This made Yun Nuoshing feel a little startled. He rarely heard any emotion in her tone. She had always been calm and indifferent, except when she was teasing him. Big shot? Who is it? Just how powerful was this person to be able to pique Violet Knight's interest? Well, it's hard to say. Z smiled and said. Hearing this mysterious answer, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He didn't continue speaking. He only turned his head and saw that Zian was staring down without blinking. Mei Mao's eyes were flickering with an indescribable light. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoshing sighed and scratched his head. He looked at the ice-blue mist that made one's heart turn cold even from afar. It seemed that it was down there. Was it not possible to not go down? Let's go down and take a look, Yun Nuoshing said with a smile as he patted Zian's head. Okay. Zian nodded with a smile. As soon as he said that, Yun Nuoshing lifted his foot and walked down the stairs. However, just as he lifted his foot, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make his foot land. It was as if something was blocking him. Huh. Yun Nuoshing called out in a daze. He couldn't help but look down at his foot. At the tip of his foot, layers of silver-blue energy spread out like water ripples. It was like an invisible barrier that prevented anything from entering. Spatial barrier. Seeing the silver-blue energy, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He reached out his hand and pressed forward. However, he was also blocked by an invisible wall. Silver-blue ripples spread out in the air. Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing could not help but laugh. The corners of his mouth pulled into a slight arc. Just as he was about to take out Ling Hong's sword, Ming Ming, who was in his arms, suddenly stretched out his small hand and reached towards the barrier. Kacha! His large eyes that alternated between purple and black fluttered twice. Pai Ming's small, seemingly powerless hand, which was like the finest white jade, lightly pushed against the spatial barrier. Then, this extremely sturdy silver-blue barrier suddenly cracked and completely shattered. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he saw that the barrier that enveloped the entire staircase was shattered by Ming so casually and turned into a large piece of silver-blue debris that slowly dissipated in the air. He looked at Ming, who was in his arms, with shock in his eyes. He sucked in a breath of cold air. If it were him, he could only break this barrier with the help of a god weapon. He dared to guarantee that it was impossible for him to break it with his own strength. However, she casually broke it. This. Ming, she. Zian was also stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at Ming with his bright eyes and didn't know what to say. Although he heard from Yun Nuoshing that this little girl was not simple, he didn't expect her to be so complicated. Big brother. However, even though she had casually shattered the spatial barrier, Ming Ming herself seemed to be a little confused. She turned her large eyes to look at Yun Nuoshing, tugged at his long hair and called out softly. To her, she had just unintentionally pushed him with her hand. Hearing her call out to him, Yun Nuoshing snapped back to reality and looked at her strangely. A wisp of immortal qi flowed through his palm and entered Ming's body. It circled around him and then retreated. He felt that the situation was similar to before. He felt like a ball of fog had hit his head, and he couldn't understand anything. In the end, he just rubbed Ming's head and smiled helplessly at Zian. Then, he led the two of them down the stairs. The thick immortal qi condensed into a barrier and covered them. Then they walked into the cold fog. Crack. As soon as they disappeared into the cold fog, Yun Nuoshing heard the sound of something freezing rapidly. Before he could look carefully, he saw that the energy barrier in front of him was actually crawling with a light blue, almost transparent layer of ice. Moreover, it was still spreading rapidly. It seemed like even the energy was about to be frozen. Crack! F***CK. A cold fog that can even freeze energy. How low is the temperature to be able to do this? Yun Nuashing was shocked when she saw that the energy she released was almost completely frozen. Before it was frozen, she hurriedly gave up on this part of the energy and broke through the layer of ice. Then she rushed out with Xian. Then a majestic immortal qi spread out and surrounded the three of them again. Crack, crack. However, as soon as this energy was released, it was still slowly frozen. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing could only continue to release immortal qi and break through the ice all the way out. Moreover, as they went deeper, the surrounding temperature seemed to gradually drop. The speed at which the energy was freezing became faster and faster. The layer of ice that was formed was also slowly shrinking. If this continued, it seemed like they would be sealed in the end. Channel. Use your energy to create a channel that leads downwards. Xian's face flushed red as he was being hugged around the waist and jumped down. Mei Mao saw that the situation was not good, so she thought for a moment and quickly suggested this. Channel. While jumping down the stairs and breaking through the ice, Yun Nuashing suddenly heard this pleasant voice. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He restrained his immortal qi, and the round bead in his body trembled. A huge wave of immortal qi burst out from his entire body, extending towards the deep darkness below. With meticulous control, it formed a circular passage. Little blue flames quietly rose, slightly increasing the oppressive low temperature. The moment the immortal qi passageway was formed, it was almost completely frozen. Even the places where the blue flames were rising were frozen with a thin layer of ice. Only a ball of flame was swaying weakly, as if it was about to be extinguished by the cold air. This kind of extremely low temperature, perhaps only a divine flame could withstand it, right? Let's go. Not caring that her energy was frozen, Yun Nuashing laughed. The light element emitted a resplendent light and curled around them. The dazzling golden light made Xian habitually close her eyes. This is light element. Unable to open her eyes due to the sudden bright light, Xian reached out to cover her eyes. After pondering for a moment, she cried out in surprise. Although she had just stepped into the world of cultivation, she could still recognize the light element, which was a well-known divine item. Previously, when Yun Nuashing used it, it was not obvious, but now she could clearly see it. Yun Nuashing smiled. With a thought, the condensed light element suddenly burst out, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant. The huge impact brought about by the sonic boom blew away the surrounding ice and cold air. The three of them turned into a beam of golden light, rushing down the frozen channel below. Along the way, all the cold air and ice were overturned, retreating far away. The cold air is gone here. Relying on the speed of the light element, it took them less than a minute to reach the bottom of the stairs. Yun Nuashing raised her head. The terrifying cold mist was suspended 100 zhang above her head, constantly tumbling and emitting a bone-chilling cold air. There was also a platform below. At the edge of the stairs, there were many thousands of zhang tall stone pillars. Only a few of the stone pillars had brown flames rising from them. There were 2 fewer flames than the ones above. At the bottom of the stone pillar, waves of brown energy extended out along the countless lines carved into the bottom of the pillar, transmitting into the darkness ahead. This should be an array, right? Looking at the countless engravings on the ground, Yun Nuashing muttered to herself. She saw a somewhat familiar arrangement of energy matrices. It was similar to an energy condensation array, but it was too big. And I don't know what is absorbing energy here. It seems that all the energy in the grotto has been condensed here. Xian nodded. She was very sensitive to the 5 elements and could easily sense the flow of energy. Compared to Yun Nuashing, she was even more sensitive. Dong! In the boundless darkness, a low muffled sound suddenly rang out. It passed through the boundless darkness and accurately entered the ears of the three people from Yun Nua planet, causing them to be stunned. They slowly cast their gazes towards the darkness in front of them. The sound of drums. Softly muttering, Yun Nuashing frowned. In this place, the evil spirit eye and soul force were completely suppressed. She couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away. The ground has lit up. Just as Yun Nuashing was focused on the darkness ahead, Xian lightly pulled her sleeve and said, following her gaze, the messy carvings on the floor lit up with a faint light and spread along the carvings. Then, the light suddenly bloomed, completely dispelling the darkness in this place, revealing the full appearance of the darkness. Hiss! When her vision returned to normal, Yun Nuashing stared and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her eyes were like those of a dead fish. What was revealed in the darkness was an incomparably huge brown boulder. It was at least 1,000 feet wide and was neither round nor square. It was uneven, and its surface was densely covered with stone tendons. Dozens of chains shot out from the stone pillars at the top of the stairs, locking it up layer by layer. Dense brown talismans wrapped around it tightly, as if it was sealed. Heart. But what surprised Yun Nuashing was not the overlapping runes, but the shape of the boulder. It was like a heart, and it was beating rhythmically. The sound of the drums seemed to be the heartbeat of this thing. Tiske, the heart of the earth, so that's how it is, this earth grotto. Xian praised and couldn't help but laugh. What about the earth grotto? This heart. What is the heart of the earth? Seeing that she stopped talking, Yun Nuashing hurriedly asked. The heart of the earth is condensed from countless amounts of earth elemental energy. It has been tempered and compressed underground for countless years to form an energy carrier. When placed in the body, it can replace one's heart and nourish one's soul. Moreover, it is stronger than the original heart. Even if the heart is pierced, it can still be used to prolong one's life. Of course, it has the most special effect of allowing the holder to have the purest earth elemental energy without any side effects. But seeing how it has become so huge now, it should have been subdued. It must have been subdued by some magical beast that has been passed down from ancient times. That's why it has become so big, right? Zai smiled and said with some surprise, Moreover, if I'm not wrong, we should be inside this magical beast's body. Zai suddenly joked with a sigh. Chapter 223. We're inside this magical beast's body. Yun Nuashing couldn't remain calm when she heard Zai's laughter. She looked at the strange heart and cried out in shock. Hey, the magical beast you're talking about. Could it be this? Yes, that's right. This earth grotto itself is a magical beast. Violet Knight calmly said something that made Yun Nuashing dumbfounded. The earth grotto is a magical beast. Suddenly hearing this news, Yun Nuashing's face rapidly twitched. If it was someone else who said this, he might have thought that person was crazy. However, this sentence was said by Violet Knight, and he really didn't have any thoughts of questioning. If this speculation was true, then it was incredible. The forbidden area that made the people of the divine realm stay at a respectful distance, as if they were tigers, was actually a magical beast that even other gods couldn't sense. Then how big was this magical beast? You should be glad that this magical beast is currently in a deep slumber. No, it should be dying soon. Otherwise, how could you and those people enter so easily? Ziyi glanced at the heart of the earth that was still slightly vibrating and guessed. This so-called forbidden area is formed from the body of this magical beast. The things that those people are gathering are things that were born from this magical beast. Yun Nuashing nodded. This explanation was quite apartment. Moreover, this body had already been abandoned to the point that it had given birth to some disgusting creatures. It seemed that this magical beast really couldn't hold on for much longer. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned to Xian and asked, Where's the origin of Earth? Xian's Mei Mao looked at the rhythmic beating heart with bright eyes. After hearing his words, she raised her lily-white hand and pointed at the earth heart with her slender fingers, saying, "It seems to be in there." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched when he saw this. He looked at the earth heart and said helplessly, "Don't tell me we have to break open the earth heart." "Break your grandpa. Don't you know how to write, recklessly wasting natural resources?" To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Ziyi roared in his heart. That roar was like the roar of a lion from the east, but it didn't lose its temperament. His roar stunned Yun Nuoxing. Do you know how long it takes for the essence of the earth to form a seed? How long would it take to reach maturity? Do you know how much earth elemental energy is gathered here? Did he know that after it was assimilated by this demonic beast, it even gathered the demonic beast's lifetime cultivation? Do you know that this thing can be used as a second life? At the very least, you have to know if it can squeeze into the top 10 of the heaven and earth treasure list. Perhaps it was because Purple Night was also a divine being born from the heavens and earth. But when Purple Night heard that Yun Nuoxing was going to tear down the heart of the earth, a wave of anger rose up without warning. Suddenly, it hysterically shouted, and 1,000,000 decibels sound exploded in Yun Nuoxing's mind, making him feel dizzy. I just said it casually. Don't be angry, I'll put it away, okay? Yun Nuoxing was almost scared out of his mind by the roar. He quickly calmed himself down, smiled bitterly, and apologized. He didn't expect that a casual sentence would almost kill him. Humph. The essence of the earth is formed from the same pure earth element. The essence of the earth is probably hiding in the earth heart to recover its strength. Now that the original owner is here, it might come out later. There's no need to be anxious. Also, remove those black chains, and the earth heart will return to being an ownerless object. Only then can you collect it. Yi snorted when he heard Yun Nuoxing's apology. He still reprimanded him, but his voice had unknowingly become gentler. Come out? What come out? The slight change in her voice naturally couldn't be hidden from Yun Nuoxing. He was slightly delighted, but he was stunned when he heard her words. He didn't understand what she meant by come out, but before he could ask, a dazzling light suddenly shone from the side, attracting his attention. The sudden burst of light attracted Yun Nuoxing's attention. He looked at the earth heart. The light came from behind it, and not long after he turned his gaze, a head-sized ball of light suddenly appeared. The ball of light was brown, and waves of brown energy waves reverberated in the air, spreading far away like waves. At the same time, a faint pressure was also spreading out. What a powerful earth element energy! Is this the essence of the earth? Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly when he felt the pressure. However, before he could resist, a layer of silver blue light slowly rose from his arm and enveloped him. The pressure was also dissolved. Yun Nuoxing secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ling Hongjian easily break through the pressure of the origin. He quickly turned to look at Xian and was stunned. Perhaps because they were of the same origin, the earth element energy didn't resist Xian at all. A gentle light enveloped her, and she also stared blankly at the head-sized ball of light, as if she didn't expect it to stay in her body before. As soon as the earth origin appeared, it floated 3 meters in front of Xian. However, it didn't get any closer. It just wandered around in the same place, refusing to come over directly. This made everyone stunned. Looking at the earth origin, Yun Nuoxing was the first to react. He carried Ming Ming and retreated a distance. Looking at the earth origin, as he retreated, it had already floated in front of Xian. The feeling of being full of spirituality made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. Wasn't this too cautious? Was he afraid that he would grab it and run away? Buzz. The earth origin energy circled around Xian twice. A moment later, a faint brown radiance seeped out from it, turning into tiny balls of light that slowly peeled off and merged into Xian's body. The balls of light slowly shrank, turning into origin energy and returning to their original owner's body. This process was calm and natural, as if it was formed by nature. There was not the slightest bit of unusualness. It was as natural as a swarm of bees returning home. Mei Mao gently closed her eyes when Xian received this energy. The feeling of something growing in her body was very subtle, and she was a little intoxicated. In just a short while, the entire ball of earth element energy completely merged into Xian's body and became a part of her power. When she opened her eyes again, she unexpectedly met Yun Nuoxing's eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and when she looked at her own posture, her pretty face instantly turned blood red. Well, I saw you fall backwards just now. I didn't do anything. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment when he saw Xian looking at him with bloodshot eyes. He laughed dryly and quickly clarified. Just now he only saw her close her eyes and fall backwards, so he went forward to support her, although their two bodies were stuck together. How are you? Yun Nuoxing gently helped Xian up. He touched his face and looked away. He was naturally asking about the earth element energy. Xian nodded. Inside her body, there was a mass of brown light flowing through her meridians, imperceptibly carving some faint imprints. Along with the appearance of these imprints, she could feel that the surrounding energy seemed to be surging. No, to be specific, she could clearly feel the surrounding earth elemental energy. There was also a faint feeling that she could control it as she wished. Yun Nuoxing nodded and turned around to look at the huge heart. His gaze locked onto the black chains, binding it. He thought for a moment, then carried Ming to Xian's arms. With a wave of his right hand, the silver and black halberd appeared in his hand. Are you going to make a move? Let me remind you first, if you strip the earth core, there's no guarantee what will happen to this earth grotto. Oh, this magical beast. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to cut the chains, Xian's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The reminder made him hesitate. Yun Nuoxing spun the halberd twice with his right hand and lightly tapped the long pole on the ground. What will happen? I don't know. This magical beast is about to die. It's only because of the energy of the earth core that it's lingering at death's door until now. It should have died long ago, and its consciousness is already dead. Look at those stone pillars. 2/3 of the flames of life have already been extinguished. If the earth core is extracted, it will speed up its death. I think there will be some unexpected changes. If something happens in this earth grotto, it will be difficult for anyone who isn't a god to predict the changes. Of course, that includes you, as I said softly. Is it that serious? Yun Nuoxing hesitated. I don't know. It's just a guess. Zai chuckled and said, It's better to take it down. It's a bit of a waste to leave it like this. It's also a waste to leave it for a dead object. It's completely useless. It's better for you to use it. All right. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing shrugged. He also felt that it wasn't a good idea to leave it like this. As for any changes, he would know once he took it down. Be careful. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was about to make a move, Xian said worriedly. He carried Ming and retreated a distance. Yun Nuoxing nodded. With a thought, a few artifacts flew out and floated around them in case something happened that he couldn't take care of. Cut those chains at the same time and wrap them in divine flames. Cut off all connections between the heart of the earth and this magical beast. Then it can change owners. Of course, it's still very difficult for you to refine it. It'll take a long time. For now, you can only seal it in your heart and nurture it. It won't be too late to move it when you have the strength, as I said. Yun Nuoxing nodded in understanding. His gaze swept across the dozens of chains, and he frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he put away the sky piercer and took the sun god bow. He pulled the bowstring, and the energy moved according to his will, condensing into dozens of slender arrows. A blurry light of energy flowed, and the arrowheads were aimed at the source of those chains. In terms of group attacks, Yun Nuoxing murmured to himself and smiled. Only when the arrows condensed into blurry shapes did he release the bowstring. The rainbow-colored arrows turned into streaks of light in an instant and pierced through the air. They appeared at the base of the chains in an instant and pierced through them. The chains that seemed very tough actually couldn't resist at all. With a crisp sound, they shattered together. Sacrificial fire. The moment the chains shattered, Zai's voice rang out at the same time. Nodding gently, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. A strand of faint purple energy flowed through his meridians to the center of his right palm. It turned into a blazing purple flame that rose on his palm. Then it spread out violently and turned into a sea of fire that enveloped the heart of the earth. At the same time, his soul power gushed out from his head and sealed the heart of the earth tightly. He could vaguely feel a faint pressure from his soul. It seemed to be the only connection left with the heart of the earth. However, at this time, the magical beast should have died of old age. Naturally, it didn't have the power to control the energy in its body to resist. Therefore, the obscure connection was easily refined. The heart of the earth was also enveloped by the purple flame at this moment. It shrank rapidly from the size of 1,000 feet to the size of a head. In the end, it shrank to the size of a fist. At this moment, it looked like a heart that was beating vigorously. As the chains shattered, the brown flames of life on the dozens of stone pillars were slowly extinguished. At the same time, the light in this place also gradually dissipated. This is the heart of the earth. Looking at the heart floating in front of him, Yun Nuashing looked at it strangely. Then he waved his hand and beckoned Xian to come over to take a look. At the same time, he explained to the latter and cleared his doubts. Put it in the heart. Otherwise, its source energy will be lost as the flame weakens. Just as the three of them were engrossed in watching, Ziye's voice suddenly interrupted Yun Nuashing, causing him to snap back to reality. He bitterly smiled and waved his hand, causing the purple flames to gradually weaken. Then he carefully placed the heart of the earth into his chest. The purple flames and brown light also gradually faded away. It's finally done. Can we go now? I've had enough of this godforsaken place. After safely putting the heart of the earth into his body and watching it cover his heart and being nourished, Yun Nuashing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and smiled. I don't know how long it has been since we came down here. Xian nodded slightly. The underground world was dark, and there was no distinction between day and night. He didn't know how long it had been, but it couldn't have been too short. I don't know, but now. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and smiled helplessly. However, before he could finish speaking, they heard a deafening noise that seemed to come from the entire world. Then the ground shook violently, causing them to lose their balance. Boom! The earth grotto seems to be disintegrating. Zai smiled when she heard the loud noise and said something that made Yun Nuashing's face darken. Chapter 224. What the hell? You must have known all along, right? He hurriedly supported Ziyan and squatted down to stabilize his body. Hearing Ziye's heartless voice, Yun Nuashing could not help but roar. After all, once the heart of the earth leaves its body, this dying magical beast will immediately die. The collapse of the earth grotto, or something. Oh, this magical beast has already refined its enormous body into an element. When it dies, it collapses. It should be said that ashes to ashes, earth to earth. It's very normal, Zai said seriously. If it was a fire elemental magical beast, it would probably have turned into a pool of lava and drowned you. You should be thankful that it's an earth elemental magical beast. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Thick cracks suddenly spread from the center, like the surrounding stairs. Rocks the size of wash basins fell from the top, passing through the cold fog, and were quickly frozen into a piece of ice. After passing through this distance, they suddenly smashed into the floor, creating a big hole in the floor. Many cracks spread out in the surroundings with a cracking sound. One of them even extended straight towards Yun Nuashing and the others. At this moment, the entire underground cavern was undergoing a shocking change. If one could see the entire scene from afar, they would be able to clearly see that dozens of huge cracks had suddenly split open in the underground cavern, spreading out vertically and horizontally, forming a huge cross. At the place where Yun Nuashing and the others had just fallen, in the sea of ghost spirit flowers, the red and white spider lilies were rapidly flickering. The surrounding blue flowers were quietly dyed red or white without anyone noticing. It was as if the spider lilies were spreading. In the small town of the Nightwalker Alliance, everyone also felt the violent tremors. Everyone looked in the direction of the boundless darkness with frightened gazes. They had been stationed here for so many years, but they had never seen such a huge commotion. Was something going to happen? The Earth Grotto is about to collapse. Someone has taken the heart of the earth. A green-robed old man stood on a huge rock at the edge of the abyss, holding a smoking pipe with his hands behind his back. His turbid old eyes looked at the crack of the abyss that was constantly emitting pale white gas, and he let out a sigh. Old friends, it's about time to move. This time, let's go to the Ganyuan region. The old man with the smoking pipe lazily stretched and muttered to himself. Then he slowly turned around and looked at the town not far away. In the next instant, he appeared above the town. He gently clenched his hand, and the somewhat lively town of Nightwalkers disappeared. Ganyuan region, you want to take root outside of Demon Locking Ridge? After the small town disappeared, the space beside the old man rippled, and a few people quietly appeared beside him. One of them spoke in a soft tone. Hugh. The old man took a deep breath and then exhaled a cloud of dense white smoke. He patted the smoking pipe in his hand for a while and said indifferently, "Sooner or later I will go." After he finished speaking, there was no sound of conversation in the surroundings. Only the continuous sounds of shattering came from below. The few people and the old man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only a bright little sun illuminated this lonely land, as if nothing had existed in the first place. Damn, what should we do now? Yun Nuashing quickly asked as he held Zian and jumped away to avoid the creeping crack. Boom! The rumbling sound echoed in the Earth Grotto, and when it reached Yun Nuashing's ears, he mistakenly thought that the end of the world had arrived. His vision swayed nonstop, and he felt a little dizzy. The stairs that they had rushed down also began to break inch by inch, as if the entire thing was beginning to disintegrate. What can we do? Run, of course. Yi smiled brightly. This made Yun Nuashing even more certain that this girl was doing it on purpose. Black lines drooped down from Yun Nuashing's head. Wasn't she just spouting nonsense? At this critical moment, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a connection that he had lost for a long time. It was as if a broken line was reconnected. It was the wind element. He had lost contact with it ever since he fell. It was the element necessary for flight now. I finally have a connection. Yun Nuashing clearly sensed this connection. He immediately laughed loudly. 6 pitch black and lavender wings shot out from his back. The surging wind element quickly condensed. The 6 wings spread out to a length of 3 meters. Accompanied by a muffled sound of thunder, Yun Nuashing and the other two's figures suddenly turned into a bullet, shooting straight up. Wrapped in the purple night dark flame, he rushed out of the cold fog. The Linghong sword appeared in his right hand and was grasped by Yun Nuashing. When he was close to the top of the stone wall, he activated the Linghong sword and slashed it with all his might. Wong! A buzzing sound shot out explosively from Linghong's sword along with a thin and long strip of light, smashing into the stone wall at a speed that far surpassed that of light. It slashed out a thick crack as if it was cutting through mud, slashing out toward the top of the Earth Grotto. It was as if its line of sight was going to slice through the entire world. The mountain wall shattered, but not a single piece of rock flew out. It was as if that place had suddenly disappeared by itself. Seeing a crack large enough for a person to pass through, Yun Nuashing kept her Linghong's sword and flew over without stopping. The light element in her body surged rapidly, bringing the few of them straight up. This time, there was no energy suppression. Yun Nuashing used the light element to its fullest. If not for the high consumption of light element, that extreme speed could be used to chase after the stars and moon. Bang! Boom! Ah, damn it! The low sound of flesh hitting flesh suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a pile of rocks was knocked out, causing a cloud of dust to fly up. The surrounding rocks had cracks as thick as an arm. At the same time, a painful curse sounded. Looking carefully, Yun Nuashing and the rest were embedded in the rocks. The smooth rock wall had a human shape formed by him. Beside him, a huge crack was only 1 or 2 meters away from him. From the looks of it, it seemed that he was too fast, causing a slight deviation. The mountain path is narrow. Who allowed you to use the light element? Seeing Yun Nuashing embedded in the mountain wall like a flattened shrimp, as I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Star Lord Nuashing, are you all right? Xian, who was being protected in Zai's arms, hurriedly opened her eyes when she heard that shrill scream. She asked worriedly when she saw that he had crashed into the mountain wall. Ouch, 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 ouch. I'm fine. It's nothing serious. I'm just a little dizzy. Yun Nuashing shook her head and laughed dryly. She hurriedly waved her hands and struggled out of the mountain wall. Boom! Just as she got out of the mountain wall, the surrounding rocks suddenly peeled off and fell into the darkness. After a long time, a loud rumble was heard. However, it was pitch black 10 meters away, so Yun Nuashing couldn't see clearly what was happening below. Boom! The speed of the earth grotto's collapse seems to have accelerated. Under the illumination of the immortal Qi, the originally flat mountain wall was now filled with bumps and hollows, as if a large piece of meat had been dug out. It looked a little disgusting. When Yun Nuashing saw this, she became even more anxious. She hurriedly turned around and flew towards the crack created by Ling Hongjin. A faint golden light circulated around her body, and she disappeared in a flash. The purple night flame rose and melted the rocks that were smashed over. The surrounding mountain wall also exploded with the appearance of the flame. Thick cracks grew and spread rapidly towards the interior of the mountain. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the light that she hadn't seen in a long time. Suddenly, she felt a throbbing, which caused her to slow down. This throbbing seemed to be coming from the heart of the earth that she had just obtained, with his palm gently caressing his heart. Yun Nuashing could not help but turn around to take a look. In the endless darkness below, there was suddenly a little bit of light quietly spreading out. Although it was very small, it was very conspicuous in the darkness. The evil spirit eye pierced through the deep darkness and saw the white light, causing its pupils to shrink slightly. White spider lilies, she muttered. He murmured to himself. He immediately recognized the bright white color. It was the cluster of red spider lilies that they saw in the sea of flowers underground. However, there weren't that many of them at first. There were so many that he could see them in the dark abyss with a single glance. Boom! Walala! In the blink of an eye, before Yun Nuashing could see it clearly, the stone wall below suddenly exploded. A bright red and scalding viscous liquid broke through the mountain wall, like a ferocious beast, covering everything below. The resplendent evil spirit, I could only see that the scalding bright red was gradually extinguishing the weak white. Brother, the surrounding mountain wall is about to crack. Just as Yun Nuashing was in a daze, Ming anxiously pulled on his long hair. Her little finger pointed at the mountain wall that was filled with cracks and some fiery red liquid that had seeped in, and hurriedly shouted. After being called, Yun Nuashing regained her senses. She took one last look at the rapidly rising magma below. Finally, she turned her head and rushed towards the top of the light. When she rushed to the top of the light, she didn't see the blue sky and white clouds that she had imagined. Instead, it was a flat ground that was filled with cracks and looked as if it would shatter soon. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. He remembered that when he came down, There seemed to be an artificial sun on the flat ground where the Nightwalker town was located. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Although it didn't directly rush into the sky, at least it was much closer. He was just worried that he had gone in the wrong direction and was wandering around underground. The town actually disappeared. She stole a moment to look at the place, but unexpectedly, she didn't see anything. There was only the sun that was churning alone here, and the town was nowhere to be seen. However, she was surprised for a moment and ignored it. Compared to investigating the disappearance of the town, it was better to run. After all, the Nightwalker Alliance was able to stand tall in the God realm for countless years without collapsing. They must have their own abilities. Who knows, they might have hurriedly moved away when the disaster happened. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing once again took out Ling Hong's sword and gently slashed above. Then, she moved her body and rushed out through the open passage. A dazzling light bloomed in front of her eyes. This time, the time they took to come out was much shorter than when they jumped in. In just a few blinks of an eye, they appeared in the world above ground. At this time, the surrounding mountain range was already empty. She could vaguely see some figures standing far away, craning their necks to look over here. It seemed that they already knew what was going on here and wanted to catch up with the live broadcast. Boom! The moment Yun Nuashing and the others rushed out of the earth grotto, a huge magma pillar suddenly rose from behind them. The dazzling light illuminated the area and reflected on the faces of the people outside. They looked a little sluggish. Flapping her 6 wings lightly, Yun Nuashing stopped about 10 meters away from the magma pillar. She looked at the ground that was continuously collapsing. A dull sound rolled and reverberated in the giant rock mountain range. That huge magma pillar roared desperately like a volcanic eruption. Yun Nuashing could only use her purple night flame to resist the scorching heat. She hugged the 2 people in her arms tightly and retreated slightly. The roaring magma pillar continued for a few minutes before it finally stopped. The sky was filled with smoke and dust. Scalding hot rocks fell like hail and smashed into the surrounding mountain range, creating a rumbling sound. There was still a big hole in the ground that was emitting black smoke. A red light rose up, reflecting a faint blood-red color on the black smoke. Purple Knight, do you know what the original form of this demonic beast is? Thinking of the last scene he had just glimpsed, Yun Nuashing could not help but ask. The red spider lily bloomed on both sides of the river of forgetfulness. It was a flower that only existed in legends. It should not have existed in this world. And the magical beast that could nurture such a flower, what kind of magical beast would have such ability? I don't know, but I am also somewhat interested in that sea of red spider lilies. Purple Knight sighed and gave a negative answer. Is that so? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded, looking around, her gaze fixed on a group of people in the distance. She sighed and hugged Xian. Light elements flashed, and she brought the 2 of them out of the mountain range. Boom! Boom! Bang! Just as the 2 of them rushed to the edge of the giant rock mountain range, a violent rumbling sound seemed to come from the entire mountain range. It reverberated in the world, causing people's hearts to shrink. Yun Nuashing and Xian turned their heads in surprise, only to see that the entire giant rock mountain range had completely collapsed. The coexistence of extreme prosperity and death? In the sky thousands of miles away, a young man in golden robes looked down at Giant Rock City, which happened to be at the edge of the collapsed Giant Rock mountain range. He couldn't help but laugh. His golden eyes looked at the distant horizon, looking for the black-clothed young man who was in a daze. A smile flashed in his eyes, and his figure slowly dissipated in the sky. Chapter 225. Looking at the sunken area, Yun Nuashing touched his face and said dryly, "Well, do I have to say that it's fortunate that we left quickly?" Xian nodded lightly. If they had walked any slower, they would have probably been buried alive. I wonder how many people have escaped. I saw quite a few people when I went in, but I don't see anyone escaping now. Yun Nuashing and the other two's figures were hidden in the thick smoke as he scanned the surroundings with his evil spirit eye. Finally, he looked down. He still wanted to take a look at the sea of hurricane lilies, but all he could see with his evil spirit eye was a sea of crimson energy. Boiling magma filled the hole in the ground, and he didn't know where the sea of hurricane lilies had gone. Yun Nuashing slowly retreated from the giant rock mountains in the sky. He took one last look at the land and sighed softly. Using the smoke as cover, he quickly flew away with Xian before they were discovered. Our trip to the Earth Grotto has come to an end. In the sky, thousands of miles away, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Yun Nuashing stopped abruptly and took out the treasure map. He threw it into the air and unfolded it until it was hundreds of feet wide. He smiled and said, "Let's see where we're going next." Xian smiled and nodded. She stretched out her slender hand and pointed at the Tana's water god temple in the north. She smiled and said, "Why don't we go there?" "Nuashing, you're also going to the east to find your sister. It's on the way there." Yun Nuashing was stunned. He had only casually mentioned it once or twice. He didn't expect Xian to remember it, but it was true. They had only stayed in the Earth Grotto for 2 days, but when they were in Xingyu City, they were delayed by more than a month. It was time to go look for his worrisome sister. "How far is it from here to the Tana's water god temple?" Yun Nuashing nodded at the thought of this, and then asked a puzzling question. Xian paused and said, "In the godly land, every city is closely connected to each other because almost every city has a portal, except for those remote and unknown small cities. Therefore, from here to the Tana's water god temple, it's just a few portals, but—" Xian suddenly stopped. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing, blinked, and stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Because I'm going to find someone, so I have to fly over, right?" Seeing her cute appearance, Yun Nuashing sighed and continued, "Yes, so before we find them, we have to fly east for a while until you find them on planet Nuaw." Xian nodded and played with a strand of her long hair. She smiled and said, "But I'm the one who wants to follow you out. You have the final say on where to go. I'll follow you." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He scratched his cheek with his fingers and nodded. "Then let's fly to the Tana's water god temple leisurely." "Okay." Xian nodded and didn't object. She was the one who pestered Yun Nuashing to come out. Now that Yun Nuashing had changed their itinerary for her, it was already the best thing that could happen. She couldn't ask for too much. It took them a few days to return to their original route. After leaving the giant rock mountains, the surrounding heaven and earth energy was much less of the earth element and more of the other elements. The balance also slowly returned to normal, which made Yun Nuashing heave a sigh of relief. During the 2 days they stayed in the giant rock mountains, even the northwest wind that they drank had the taste of the earth element, since they used the sun god Bao as a means of transportation. They didn't need to fly, so they didn't have to worry about exhausting themselves. Furthermore, their speed was much faster than moving on their own, so they simply cultivated on the sun god Bao all day long. And in less than a month's time, they stopped in the first city they passed by. Other than resting, they naturally had to look for someone. Yun Nuashing and the others stayed in the city for a few days and walked through all the streets and alleys. They also took Yu Yin's portrait and asked around. However, to their disappointment, they didn't find any traces of Yu Yin and the others in this seemingly small city. It seemed that they had been sent to a farther place by the transmission channel. Faced with such a result, the two could only smile helplessly. They stayed for one more day before continuing to fly towards the east. As the largest region in the realm of the gods, although the Divine Prefecture's territory was incomparably vast compared to the Sourcepeak region, there was a lot less unused land. Basically, after flying for a few days, they could see a city of various sizes appearing before their eyes. At the same time, they could also hear a lot of noise. Meanwhile, Yun Nuashing and the others also rested in these cities for a while to relieve the fatigue of running around before continuing their journey. During this boring journey, Time passed by like sand between the fingers. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed on the golden stream of light that sped past. Yun Nuashing slowly opened his somewhat tired eyes. He withdrew his soul energy and sensed that another city had appeared in his perception. In these 3 months, he didn't know how many cities he had seen. At least, he couldn't count them with 2 hands. However, the result every time was innumerable disappointment. We lost contact for more than half a year. Yun Nuashing sighed. He had never been separated from Yuin for such a long time. Although she was considered to be asleep when she was cultivating and spinning the cocoon, at least she was by his side. This was the first time they had separated like this. Looking at the dark city walls that were slowly approaching in the distance, Yun Nuashing controlled the sun god Bao to slow down. His eyes were somewhat indifferent. From the initial anticipation, after such a long time, it had finally disappeared completely. It was as if he had gotten used to it. His heart was gradually occupied by another emotion, numbness. Every time he landed in a city, even if he couldn't find them, he would only say in his heart, "Ah, I can't find them again. Let's continue on our way." Other than that, there didn't seem to be any other emotions. He was a little annoyed. "Do you miss them?" Hearing this helpless and numb sigh, Xian opened Mei and looked at Yun Nuashing, whose clothes were a little messy, and said, "A little. After all, this is the first time we've been separated for so long. I want to speed up. I feel a little uneasy when I can't see them." Yun Nuashing nodded. In the end, he added in his heart, "I have to find them before I get used to the feeling of not having them by my side." He always said that no one really couldn't live without someone. Everyone would have to learn to face loneliness one day. However, when he truly experienced this feeling of separation, it really didn't feel good. It was as if his heart was tightly clenched in his hand, and it was a little painful. "We'll definitely find them." Xian could only comfort him when she saw his worried face. She patted Yun Nuashing's back with her lily-white hand. "Yes." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded. He took a deep breath, put away the sun god Bao in the sky outside the city, and landed in the fields. Yun Nuashing hugged Ming, took a deep breath, and walked towards the city wall not far away. Xian saw that he was a little tired and sighed inwardly and followed closely beside him. After entering the city, they roughly looked around and realized that it wasn't much different from other cities. At most, the layout of the shops was a little different, and the size of the city was different. After all, it was still a famous big city. Ignoring those curious and amazed gazes, Yun Nuashing pulled Xian and swiftly flashed into a restaurant. During these past few days, he'd gotten used to this feeling of being stared at from everywhere. Of course, they weren't looking at him. They were staring at Xian, who was by his side. After all, with her drop-dead, gorgeous appearance and unique temperament, it was really quite difficult to not be stared at by others. He'd gotten used to those gazes that were as numerous as starlight. After taking a short rest in the restaurant, they walked to the street again. Because Yun Nuashing hated the feeling of being stared at, Xian was very smart. She put on a hat. Although it covered her face, the elegance and mysterious temperament that came from her bones still attracted the attention of the street. Yun Nuashing felt a little helpless and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When he heard people say that Xian was the most beautiful woman in the divine continent, he didn't take it seriously. Now that he saw her, it seemed that he could only nod in agreement. He wandered around the city without any hope. When it was close to midnight, he returned to the entrance of the restaurant. Raising his head to look at the scarlet crescent moon in the sky, Yun Nuashing sighed dejectedly. Again, no results. He scratched his head in distress. He didn't know how many times this had happened. Nuashing. Seeing him like this, Xian also felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She wanted to comfort him, but she found that she could not open her mouth. She had never experienced the feeling of being separated from her family before, but she could faintly feel it. It was just like how she felt when she was estranged from her father and the others. It must have been very uncomfortable. At this moment, Her words of concern were only a kind of annoyance and disturbance to Yun Nuashing. Forget it, let's continue. I will definitely find it. Yun Nuashing shook his head and pulled himself together with a smile. Speaking of which, he was a little too hasty in everything he did. He thought that everything had to be done immediately, so he tired himself out. He waved his hand, just as he was about to fly up with Zian. His eyes caught something that made him stunned. A puzzled sound came from his throat, and his shaking arms stopped. Nuashing. Seeing him suddenly freeze like a stone statue, Zian couldn't help but call out, "Ah." After being called back to his senses, Yun Nuashing suddenly pulled Zian and jogged. They stopped at the corner of the opposite street, then squatted down and picked up a small purple jade stone that was only the size of a thumb. The jade stone shone faintly and seemed to be overflowing with light. It was a little cold to the touch, but it was also a little warm. The contradictory feeling made him stunned again. "Brother, isn't this little purple soul's jade stone?" Ming asked in surprise when he saw the jade stone. Yun Nuashing nodded. After thinking for a while, he took out an identical jade stone from his pendant and placed it in the palm of his hand. He looked at the two jade stones, tilted his head and thought hard for a while. In the end, he shook his head. She left the jade stone behind. In other words, they were here before, right? Seeing Yun Nuashing in a daze, Zian knew that he was thinking of her. At this time, she was the only one who could put some important ideas into this great fool's mind. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He was thinking of her. He quickly came back to his senses and nodded. His eyes were filled with joy. "Yes, that's what happened." "Then let's stay in this city for a while and see if we can find any clues." Zian also smiled when she saw his long-awaited smile. "That won't be necessary." Yun Nuashing waved his hand. It would take more effort to search for her directly. He had a more straightforward way. He put away the jade stone and opened his palm. The divine mirror of light appeared in his hand. Yun Nuashing smiled. Since little purple soul's jade stone was lost in this place, perhaps this was the last place she appeared. Perhaps he could use the time trace to find her. Although he was a little slow, at least he wasn't stupid. "What's this?" Zian saw him take out a golden mirror. She didn't understand what he wanted to do. "You'll know when you see it." Yun Nuashing smiled. His divine qi slowly flowed into the mirror. As the mirror emitted a dazzling golden light, he gently opened his mouth. "Time trace." The divine mirror of light trembled. The golden light on its surface swirled like a whirlpool. A moment later, images were projected in the void, moving slowly. Looking at the images, Yun Nuashing frowned. His joy of finding the jade stone was washed away. In the images, little purple soul was walking alone in a secluded alley. Her small face was so calm that it even seemed a little cold. A pair of beautiful, gem-like, purple eyes stared ahead. She turned her head and glanced at the empty alley. Then she disappeared without a trace. She disappeared just like that. Yun Nuashing looked at the images over and over again. No matter how slow he looked, he couldn't see the exact moment when little purple soul disappeared. It was like two identical images. One had her and the other didn't. It was as if the images had switched instantly. It was very strange, moreover. What Yun Nuashing was more concerned about was that Yu-Yin wasn't in the images. Sister isn't in there. Yun Nuashing lowered his head in disappointment. Although he still didn't know where little purple soul was, at least he could be sure that she was fine. Yu-Yin, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. He raised his left hand and looked at the bracelet. Under the white bracelet, there was a faint red light flickering quietly. It calmed his restless heart a little. The bracelet was fine, which meant that Yu-Yin should be fine as well. Time traced back to 2.5 months ago. That means it should have happened half a month after we left the spatial tunnel. Yun Nuashing sighed. There isn't a trace of energy in the images. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the images with his colorful, evil spirit eyes. He sighed again. Although he sighed all the time, he felt that he had sighed all the anger he had accumulated over the past few months. Sister, Purple Soul, where did you go? Chapter 226. Seeing Yun Nuashing's exhausted look, Xian gently grabbed his hand and comforted him softly. Don't worry. Since we can confirm that the two of them are fine, we will definitely find them. Let's search the city for a few days. Maybe we can find some clues. Yes. Since we can see Purple Soul here, maybe they also left some traces in this city. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. With Sister Yu Yin's outstanding appearance, it was easy to attract the attention of others. Maybe they could find some witnesses to understand the situation. The divine sun Bao was suspended in the sky. Yun Nuashing arranged for the two of them to rest for the night. After all, it was already the middle of the night. It was not easy to find a place like a hotel at this time. They could only rest casually on the divine sun Bao. However, Xian and Luo Ruoxing did not really care. They were worried that Yun Nuashing would misunderstand the situation. In fact, Yun Nuashing was so worried that he could not fall asleep. He released his soul detection wave all night long and scanned the entire city dozens of times. He could vaguely sense the extremely faint aura of little Purple Soul. It should have been left behind a long time ago. Moreover, he also sensed a familiar aura that contained a bit of vitality in it. It's Sister Yu Yin's? As soon as he discovered this aura, Yun Nuashing hurriedly mobilized all of his soul strength and surrounded that direction. He used all of his soul strength and even created a small soul storm. That faint aura was also magnified by a lot under this kind of crazy probing. That familiar feeling became clearer and clearer in his heart, making him certain that this should be the aura left behind by Yu Yin. However, what made him a little puzzled was that this aura seemed to be spreading out of the city. He carefully turned the divine sun Bao and slowly floated over to the place where he discovered the aura. When he was above that place, he took out Ling Hong's sword and spread out a small boundary to cover the divine sun Bao. After taking protective measures, Yun Nuashing felt relieved and jumped down. He landed in an empty courtyard and sized up the residence. Then he took out the divine light mirror. As the golden light surged, the scene from more than 2 months ago was reflected in the void. He focused all of his attention on those few images. However, it seemed that the time was too close, and he didn't see any signs of the two people. Thus, he slowly turned back the time a little. When he saw a familiar red figure, the huge rock in his heart was finally slowly put down along with the exhalation of a breath. However, just as he heaved a sigh of relief and turned the divine light mirror to the direction where the aura spread out, Yun Nuashing was stunned when the image changed. He saw a middle-aged man in a green robe nervously holding Yu Yin and sizing her up. The concern in his eyes could not be concealed. On the other hand, Yu Yin seemed a little helpless. In the image, the sunlight illuminated the man's face very clearly. Yun Nuashing was very familiar with his face. It was Yu Yin's father, the patriarch of the Yu family, Yulong. How did he come here? Yun Nuashing was astonished when he saw Yulong. He remembered that the Yu family was stationed in Star Spirit City in the Taiyuan region. It was immeasurably far away from the divine prefecture. How did he cross this distance and come to the divine prefecture to find Yu Yin? He heard from her that Yulong was only at the immortal rank. Even if he wanted to go to Star Underworld City and use the teleportation gate, it would take many years. While he was still confused, Yu Yin put down the little Purple Soul in her arms. She patted the little Purple Soul's head and said something with a smile. Then she reached out her hand and drew a few lines on the stone table beside her. The energy on her jade fingers surged as if she was carving something. After she was done, she flew out of the city with the feather dragon, leaving behind the little Purple Soul, who looked a little lonely. He looked melancholy as he watched them leave. When Yun Nuashing saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly ran to the stone table and blew away the dust on the table in one breath. Then he used his hand to wipe it a few times. A line of beautiful small words gradually appeared on the table. causing him to not know whether to laugh or cry. "Little star, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Don't worry, we'll meet again. I'll leave little purple soul to you. Have a pleasant journey." What nonsense! Yun Nuashing was speechless. He slapped his forehead. Little purple soul was gone. How was he going to explain to Yin when he saw her in the future? There are only 3 days left before the purple soul disappears, sigh. His palm forcefully stretched out his face and sighed heavily. Yun Nuashing felt as if he had spat out his 7 souls and 6 spirits and rolled his eyes. Although the current situation made Yun Nuashing feel like he was sitting in a cloud of fog, his heart calmed down a little. At least he knew about Yu Yin's current situation. He did not know where she went with her father, so he did not have to worry about anything. Yu Yin was not stupid at all. She would not be kidnapped by strange people. Moreover, the concern in Yulong's eyes did not seem fake. It should be him. Now, the only thing he had to worry about was Purple Soul. Although he knew that this little girl was quite mysterious, he did not expect her to be this mysterious. Sigh. What should I do now? Looking up at the crescent moon, Yun Nuashing sighed and felt a little lost. Now he was a little resentful that he didn't become a diviner. If he could learn a little, he should be able to deduce Yu Yin's direction now, right? He stood there in silence for a long time. Looking at the empty courtyard, he sighed. His body flickered slightly, and he returned to the sun god Bao. Seeing that the 2 girls were still sleeping soundly with peaceful faces, he sighed again. He sat down gently, adjusted the sun god Bao, and flew directly in the direction of the Tana's water god temple. The next morning, Xian slowly woke up under the morning light. His sleepy eyes looked around in a daze. Because of the confusion, his pretty face had a faint charm. Fortunately, Yun Nuashing was now cultivating with his eyes closed. If he saw this, his eyes would be glued to the girl's body again. When Xian completely woke up, he could not help but be stunned when he saw the scene around him rapidly retreating. He opened his mouth, but seeing that Yun Nuashing was in a state of cultivation, he did not want to disturb him. He could only wait until he woke up naturally before asking, "Why did you leave so quickly? Did I sleep for the whole day?" Yun Nuashing, who had just woken up, heard this and paused for a moment. It seemed that Xian thought that she had slept for the whole day and that he had finished everything. Thinking of this, she could not help but smile and shake her head. Under Xian's stunned and adorable expression, she slowly told him what happened last night. "Well, I am a little worried about little Purple Soul, but now it is useless for me to worry blindly. Instead of digging 3 feet into the ground, let's fly all the way to the Tana's water god temple and see if there is any news about that girl on the way. After all, the way she disappeared gave me the feeling that she was suddenly teleported away." Yun Nuashing touched Ming, who was still sleeping soundly, and sighed. "Oh." Xian thought for a moment and nodded approvingly. The lively Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuashing for a while and said, "Are you okay?" Hearing Xian's sudden words of concern, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and was a little confused. What could happen to me? Xian shook her head and pointed at his eyes. She said helplessly, "Dark circles under your eyes." Startled. Yun Nuashing hurriedly used the divine mirror of light to check his eyes. His eyes were indeed bruised. Moreover, his hair was messy and his eyes were blood red. He looked very haggard. When he saw Xian's worried expression, he could not help but smile bitterly. He hurriedly circulated his divine energy and cleared his fatigue. After a few minutes, his appearance changed back to normal. Apart from his eyes that were a little dim, everything else looked the same as before. Looking at the mirror, his eyes returned to their original purple and white appearance. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly in his heart. After cultivating for a night, his mental state had actually deteriorated. It seemed that the disappearance of the 2 people had caused him to be somewhat mentally and physically exhausted. Seeing him forcefully pull himself together, Xian's heart ached. She could not help but reach out her lily-white hand and pat his head, Her sudden action scared herself. Her beautiful face flushed red. Although she was a little embarrassed, she still forced herself to be calm. She coughed dryly and said in a gentle voice, "It's okay. Everything will be fine. Don't push yourself too hard." Being patted by her head gently, Yun Nuashing, black lines appeared on his forehead. He suddenly remembered that Yu Yin often did this to him. However, Ziyan's gentle words had actually dispelled some of the anxiety and uneasiness in his heart. Just as she had said, Yun Nua Planet had always been forcing him to move forward. He had always believed that if he had not insisted on using the teleportation channel, such a thing would not have happened. He had completely attributed the disappearance of Yu Yin and Yun Nua to himself. Although it was nothing in the beginning, as time passed, it would gradually make him anxious and he would become mentally ill. In the 3 months that Ziyan had been with him, she had seen him slowly become depressed. It was as if he was suffering from depression. His mental state was deteriorating day by day. Although she couldn't bear to see him like this, she couldn't say anything. Psychological problems had to be treated with care. Seeing his shy expression and his eyes slowly become clear, it seemed that she had unintentionally achieved her goal. Aha! Yun Nuashing slowly looked away and responded stiffly. He slowly let go of the anxiety in his heart. Seeing him like this, Ziyan also stiffly pulled her lily-white hand back. Her gaze unnaturally turned to the other side, and her slender hand stroked her long, dark purple hair. On the sun god Bao, the atmosphere was a little awkward. The two deliberately avoided looking at each other. Ming was still sleeping soundly. The atmosphere here seemed to have solidified. However, as the two people involved, one was in a daze, his face covered in cold sweat, and the other was blushing. Mei Mao couldn't help but look at a certain person, and then look away in an instant. "What are you guys playing at?" The voice that suddenly sounded in his heart pulled Yun Nuashing's attention back, causing him to heave a sigh of relief. When he heard the lazy voice that sounded as if he had just woken up, he rolled his eyes in annoyance. It seemed that Zai had just woken up and saw his embarrassed state, so he couldn't help but ask. "Nothing." He responded weakly in his heart and slowly turned his gaze, just in time to see Ziyan looking at him. When their eyes met, both of them were stunned for a moment. However, Ziyan looked away like a panicked deer. Even Yun Nuashing was a little flustered. "The way you two are getting along with each other is not good. How long will it take for your relationship to develop further like this?" Zai couldn't help but sigh when he saw the two avoiding each other's gaze. "How do you want it to develop?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched when he heard this, and he asked, "Of course it's—" Zai paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Kissing, loving, and giving birth to monkeys." Get lost. Chapter 227. The awkward atmosphere was finally broken by Ming's crisp laughter after he woke up. The two of them looked at each other and smiled embarrassedly. Their lack of expression made Ye's heart ache. The journey went on day after day. After confirming their next destination, Yun Nuashing did not delay much and flew directly to the north of the Divine Land, in the direction of the Tana's Water God's temple. Although Ziyan had mentioned that they could use the portal to go there, now that the incident with Purple Soul had happened, he simply chose to fly there and look for people or something along the way. However, looking for someone in the vast divine continent was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was like looking for the moon in the ocean. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Although they saw a few cities along the way, there was no aura of the little purple soul in any of them. This made them feel helpless. However, although his temperament was like that, Yun Nuashing still learned to be calm, as he often said. Finally, he did not feel anxious. This made Yan's anxious heart slowly relax. She was afraid that Yun Nuashing would become anxious again. Looking for someone was not something that could be done overnight. If he did not have a little patience, he would really go crazy. This situation continued for a month. When they left a certain city for a period of time, there was a sudden change. Of course, the source was not them, but Ling Hongjian, this was a place covered by white clouds. The wide and thick clouds made this place a perfect hiding place. However, at the edge of the clouds, there were dozens of silver-blue energy strands that extended from time to time. The entire cloud flashed with a silver-blue light, like lightning. However, if there was a strong person here, he or she would be able to sense that this was not lightning. This lightning was condensed spatial energy. Damn! Why is it like this all of a sudden? Yun Nuoxing's shout came from the center of the cloud. Looking around, one could see a large hole in the center of the cloud. The spatial energy that spread out was like a dancing silver dragon. The violent energy flowed in this area, and the violent spatial energy gathered. The bright silver-blue light made it difficult to open one's eyes, and all the white clouds in this area were torn apart. In the center of the light, Yun Nuoxing was holding a silver-blue, thin needle tightly. The overflowing spatial energy was spewing out from it. His evil spirit eye had already been activated to the extreme. Looking at Ling Hongjian, he saw that the magic formation contained within was flashing wildly. Strands of brown energy was moving rapidly inside and actually condensing near the core. The surrounding spatial energy was also gradually strengthening. However, he did not know what had happened to Ling Hongjian. What's going on? Yun Nuoxing's mind controlled a strand of immortal qi to penetrate into Ling Hongjian's body. He wanted to interfere with the chaotic energy, but he could not move at all. The strange brown energy seemed to weigh 1,000,000 tons. No matter how much strength Yun Nuoxing used, he could not move it at all. Even his mind was dragged away by it. Brother! On the side, Ming, who was protected in Xian's arms, looked worriedly at Yun Nuoxing, whose face was covered in cold sweat. His young and tender voice was filled with worry as he called out, "Stay here, don't come over." Hurriedly turning his head, Yun Nuoxing saw Xian and Ming's worried eyes. He hurriedly roared and spread his 6 wings. With surging wind elements, he left this place and rushed into the sky. He did not know what had happened to Ling Hongjian. He did not know if the uncontrollable power of space would hurt them. It was better to leave first. As for him, Ling Hongjian had already recognized him as its master. It should not hurt him. His mind was completely immersed in the violent Ling Hongjian. But when he saw the huge amount of wandering energy, he felt a little helpless. He wanted to do something, but he did not know where to start. He had only been in contact with forging for a little more than 3 years, and he did not use it often. He did not know what was going on at all. Don't move. It's useless even if you move. Ling Hongjian wants to advance now. If you move, it will self-destruct. Seeing this situation, Ziyi hurriedly reminded him. He knew that he would always act recklessly, so it was better to interrupt him first. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He did not know what was going on, but when he heard that Ling Hongjian would self-destruct, he obediently stopped. He quickly asked, "What's going on?" "Ling Hongjian wants to advance spontaneously?" "I didn't do anything." "Why is it advancing?" I've said it before. Repairing a god weapon requires a perfect fusion of the 5 elements. Seeing that he really stopped obediently, Ziyi heaved a sigh of relief. He slowly said, "A while ago we just came out of the Earth Grotto." At that time, Ling Hongjian probably absorbed a lot of Earth element energy. After the tempering of this energy, coupled with the continuous absorption of energy, the level 1 god weapon core can no longer bear so much energy. Now it wants to increase its capacity spontaneously. In other words, it's time for Ling Hongjian to advance to level 2. 2. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing gasped. Back then, in order to advance a small iron sword to level 2, he did not know how many materials and iron swords he had destroyed. Now, its foundation was not stable, and it was going to advance to a god weapon directly when its strength was insufficient. What kind of joke was this? If you don't help it advance, Ling Hongjian will be crippled. Ziyi laughed when he saw that Yun Nuoxing wanted to back out. No problem. Isn't it just advancing to level 2? It's just a matter of burning materials. Wet, wet, broken. Look, I'll settle it in minutes. Yun Nuashing patted his chest and said proudly, "What kind of joke was this?" The god weapon ranked second on the god weapon ranking was going to be crippled just like that. It was not worth it at all. Oh, I forgot to say, the energy required to advance to a god weapon is very large. Ordinary level 1 materials will probably need a lot of them to barely suffice. If you get 180 kilograms of level 3 materials, it should be about the same. However, I suggest you use rarer materials, such as those with more concentrated energy. Ye could not help but pour a bucket of cold water on Yun Nuashing when he saw how desperate he was. "Ah, I'm fainting." Yun Nuashing's legs turned to jelly, and he almost knelt in the sky. Oh! Also, because it absorbed too much earth elemental energy this time, it might condense an earth elemental core. In other words, you have to buy some forging materials that contain earth elemental energy. Uft! Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water and wanted to cry. However, when he fixed his gaze on the rings on his left hand, he could not help but laugh. Xian Yin had prepared countless materials for him back then. It should not be a problem for him to advance Ling Hongjian to level 2. Yi suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh right, I've seen those rings. They contain some super high-grade materials, ranging from level 8 to level 12. However, there doesn't seem to be any low-grade materials. Your sister Xian Yin also has times when she overlooks things." "No." Yun Nuashing roared into the sky. "Ah, no. Anyway, we have to suppress Ling Hongjian first. He's already out of control." After roaring, Yun Nuashing remembered the current situation. If he completely went berserk now, it would be too late to say anything in the future. Immediately he said, "Quick, give me a few moves." Use the divine flame and the origin energy of the spiritual divine body to seal and suppress him. He can hold on for a while. However, you have to quickly gather the materials to advance. It's not good to drag this out. Yi also became serious when he heard his panicked voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing quickly released the purple night flame. The energy in his body exploded. Strands of colorful immortal energy with some golden energy surged out. As soon as the golden energy appeared, it wrapped around the purple night flame and the colorful energy and floated to Yun Nuashing's hand. He threw Ling Hongjian out of his hand and held the golden energy in his hand. Both of his hands formed hand seals at lightning speed. As his hand seals changed, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth actually became turbulent. After a moment, his palms separated and then his palms joined together. He faced the rioting Ling Hongjian and surrounded him in the center of his palms. A shout exploded from his throat. Then, the golden energy covered the sky and the earth and surged towards Ling Hongjian. 9 heavens spiritual seal. As the shout fell, the golden energy transformed into dozens of tiny golden chains. They formed dozens of chains like a golden ball and trapped Ling Hongjian in the middle. In the sword, the rioting spatial energy slowly calmed down. The rapidly flowing brown earth elemental energy also calmed down. Seeing that Ling Hongjian had calmed down, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The breeze blew a strand of hair in front of him. Seeing that half of it had turned white, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Although he only used a strand of origin energy, he didn't expect the price to be so high. He waved his hand to summon Ling Hongjian and carefully kept him in the pendant. Because he was in a sealed state, he couldn't use the spirit acceptance divine body to store him. He heaved a sigh of relief. His figure trembled slightly and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the sun god Bao. Seeing him suddenly appear, the two people were stunned for a moment. They hurriedly surrounded him. "Brother, are you okay?" "Nuashing, are you okay?" Hearing two different voices of concern, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and shook his head. He explained softly, "Are you really okay?" Seeing half of his white hair, Xian frowned slightly. She was still a little worried. "I'm fine. I'm really fine." Seeing her worried eyes, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I just used a little energy. I'm really fine." Xian looked at the white hair suspiciously. Then she carefully looked at him twice. Seeing that there didn't seem to be anything wrong, she nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Thinking of what he just said, Ming Mao turned around and said softly, "Now you're going to find a city, buy materials, and help Ling Hongjian advance, right?" "That's right." Seeing that she changed the topic, Yun Nuashing hurriedly followed up. He was afraid that she would pursue the matter, but on second thought he was stunned. Why should he be afraid? He didn't know. Then should we turn around and go back to the previous city? Xian thought for a moment and suggested. It had only been a few days since they came out of the last city that they had contact with. If they went back now, it would be more convenient than going to find a city that was so far away. No need. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He took out the treasure map and slowly spread it out in the sky. He found the red that represented their current location and looked forward. He pointed his finger in front of them and said, "There's a city here. Let's go there. It's not too far away." The cities that could leave a mark on this mysterious map were all well known or very special. This was the same feature that Yun Nuashing accidentally discovered. After saying that, Yun Nuashing looked at Xian as if asking for her opinion. She was stunned by his action. After a moment, Xian smiled and said, "You can arrange it." "Okay." Seeing that she didn't object, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and laughed. He identified the direction and flew in a certain direction with the sun bow. After making sure that the direction was correct, he put away the treasure map and controlled the sun bow to fly at full speed. Chapter 228. However, although Yun Nuashing said that he was going to the next city, he suddenly slowed down after flying for 2 or 3 days. Xian and Ming were a little puzzled. Wasn't this guy in a hurry just now, and wished that there was a portal that could send him directly to the next city? Why did he suddenly slow down? Moreover, every night after he finished setting up the campsite, he would sneak into the mountain alone, leaving Ling Hongjian by Xian's side. After an hour, he would come back without any abnormalities. The two of them were very puzzled. When Yun Nuashing came back, although he acted very normal and there was nothing wrong with him, the sharp-eyed Xian still noticed that something was not quite right. There seemed to be some places on his body that were stained with yellow dust. It was very conspicuous on his black windbreaker, and most of it was on the corners. However, she didn't ask about it. Who knew if he had some kind of secret that he didn't want others to see? However, after this situation continued for a month, Xian finally couldn't stand Ming's coaxing and pestering. She took Xian and tiptoed behind Yun Nuashing, who had once again entered the mountain alone. The three of them, one in front and two behind, skipped all the way and kept humming, as if he didn't expect two people to be following behind him. After a while, Yun Nuashing stopped in front of a medium-sized stone mountain. The stone mountain was about 5 meters high, and it was covered with strange cuts. Behind him, Xian and Ming hid behind a large bush, and 4 bright eyes stared straight at him. Yun Nuashing glanced at them, then jumped to the middle. He waved his hand and took out his sky piercer. He waved his hand in front of the stone mountain, then aimed at a spot and fiercely stabbed it into it. Instantly, several pieces of gravel flew out, and the dull sound echoed in the mountain forest. Ming stared at him for a long time, and there was a hint of helplessness in his big bright eyes. "Nuashing, what is he doing?" Xian couldn't help but ask as she held Ming tightly in her arms and watched Yun Nuashing, who was working hard to excavate the mountain rocks. "Brother, Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. He muttered his little mouth and told Xian what happened when he went to Divine Weapon City. Nuashing has such a hobby. Hearing that Yun Nuashing wanted to personally mine, Xian couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hand, and her demeanor instantly brightened up the forest. Achoo! The dancing suddenly stopped. Yun Nuashing suddenly took a breath, covered his mouth, and sneezed. The loud sound made Xian behind him shrink his neck. Trembling, Yun Nuashing muttered to himself in confusion, "Who's talking about me?" It seemed that Yun Nuashing's hands were itching when he heard that he was going to collect materials to advance his Linghongjin. He remembered that he hadn't mined in Divine Weapon City yet, so he wanted to come out and have some fun. However, he naturally wouldn't find anything if he randomly dug a rock like this. This was because, less than 2 minutes after he dug a hole, he jumped out again and patted himself from head to toe. Then he sighed and shook his head. There are clearly many good things hidden in the rocks that we got from Divine Weapon City. Could it be that I misunderstood? Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the stone mountain. He was a little depressed. When he left Divine Weapon City, he took advantage of the situation to loot a lot of strange stones. When he cut them open, he found many good things. However, when he really wanted to find the stones himself, he couldn't dig anything out. Ming suddenly put his little mouth next to Xian's ear and whispered something. The latter's delicate body trembled slightly, and 2 dark red spots appeared on her beautiful face, as if she had heard something that made her embarrassed. "Big brother, what are you doing sneaking around in the middle of the night?" Hearing this familiar name, Yun Nuashing's face suddenly became hot. Since Ming was here, then the owner of this pair of small hands seemed to be Xian, right? You, why are you here? However, the moment he reacted, Yun Nuashing hurriedly jumped forward. He turned around and saw Ming staring at him calmly. Xian's gaze was somewhat evasive. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched twice, and he laughed dryly. Ming is very worried about you, so she asked me to come and take a look." As he spoke, he even carefully glanced at Yun Nuashing a few times to observe his expression. "You're right, Yun Nuashing," Xian stuttered. "Me?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He looked away guiltily and laughed dryly. "I didn't do anything. I saw a cave here, so I was curious. I went in to take a look." Seeing that he didn't even need to think of a script to lie, Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. They clearly saw what happened just now. "Big brother, you're lying. You were obviously digging for stones." To his surprise, Ming didn't give Yun Nuashing a way out at all. He directly laughed. After being exposed by Ming, Yun Nuashing's mouth was wide open and he was stunned. "Why are you so secretive about digging for stones? I'm worried that you're hiding something from me." Xian also smiled and shook his head. You. After hearing Xian's words, his mouth opened even wider, and he almost fell to the ground. However, although Yun Nuashing was a little flustered, he was still smart enough to catch something. He was stunned again, and a sentence came out without any control of his brain. You're worried about me?" After saying this, Xian had already covered her mouth in panic. She seemed to have realized that she had said something wrong. Now that she heard Ming say it again, her pretty face instantly turned red. However, she said very calmly, No, Ming was worried about you. I brought him here to take a look. Your voice is trembling." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and laughed. "No, I didn't. When Xian heard this, she subconsciously wanted to defend herself. However, when she saw his torch-like smiling eyes, her pretty face became even redder. She immediately panicked and spoke incoherently. She couldn't say anything clearly. She anxiously lowered her head and pouted her little mouth. Seeing how shy she was, Yun Nuashing laughed even more happily. He seemed to enjoy teasing others. TSK. Little star, I didn't know that you had such a hobby." In his heart, Ziyi also laughed. His laughter was like the sound of wind chimes, causing Yun Nuashing's smile to immediately freeze. His handsome face also turned a little red. He scratched his cheek with his fingers and lowered his head in embarrassment in Xian's arms. Ming watched as the two of them lowered their heads and remained silent. His large eyes swayed back and forth between their faces. After this, Yun Nuoxing could only obediently admit that he had such interests. Xian also smiled and waited for him to come clean. Then, she proposed a condition that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, it was Ming who asked her to propose it. In the future, he would have to bring them along every time he went out. This was a somewhat barren mountain range. There were only a few pitiful withered trees planted crookedly on the ground. The scorching sun poured down from the sky, raising the temperature here to a frightening degree. Recently, I've been having a feeling, boom! Mountain rocks flew everywhere, followed by a helpless sigh. Then a delicate and pretty voice sounded. Didn't we agree that everyone should have some privacy? Yun Nuoxing sighed and stomped his halberd on the ground, creating a sizable dent. But when you said it, you didn't have any concerns. Beside him, Xian, who was wearing a pair of cool white clothes, smiled sweetly. She held a small round fan and gently fanned Ming in her arms. Yes, that's right. You're absolutely right. That's right. That's absolutely right. But Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. He rolled down his white sleeves and said in confusion, "Why do I feel like something's not right?" It had been more than a month since their secret was discovered. Because there was no Yu Yin's coercion, no one stopped Yun Nuoxing. Therefore, there were many cracks and potholes on the ground along the way, which greatly extended their journey. However, they didn't gain much in the past month. Although they dug up some things, the energy contained in them was either too little or impure. They all threw them away. Xing, you're worrying too much. Xian smiled. Since last time, she had even changed the way she addressed him. Okay, I'm worrying too much. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he agreed. When they walked out of the stone cave, Yun Nuoxing frowned when he saw the sun shining in his face. Then, he took Xian and flew in the direction of the mountain range. They had been holed up in a small cave for the past few days. When they saw that the mountain was high and there were many rocks, they thought that they would be able to dig up something good. With this thought in mind, they temporarily settled down. However, they didn't find anything in the past few days. There were a few times when Xian and Ming wanted to stop him, but when they saw how happy he was, they couldn't bear to say anything. They could only silently say, "As long as you're happy," before they returned to their temporary residence. Yun Nuoxing suddenly stopped. He looked at the forest in confusion and tilted his head. What's wrong? Seeing that he suddenly stopped, Xian also stopped beside him. She looked in the direction he was looking and asked curiously, "There are traces of a battle." Yun Nuoxing pointed down. Looking over, there were a few big trees that were broken at the waist and a few holes in the ground. The calm appearance showed that the battle had been over for some time. It doesn't look like it was caused by a magical beast. There are no unique scents or traces. Xian sniffed and said, her sense of smell was very sensitive. She could smell a trace of a scent from far away. Just like when she was in the Earth Grotto, she could smell the fragrance of flowers before she even saw them. It should be left by a human. Yun Nuoxing said excitedly. They had been in this place for a long time. The treasure map showed that this area was mostly barren. It was difficult to find someone to understand the situation. Now that they finally saw traces of people, he was naturally excited. Then let's go and take a look. Seeing how excited he was, Xian couldn't help but laugh. Yun Nuoxing nodded and didn't refuse. He spread out his soul energy. Because the battle had been over for some time, there was only a trace of extremely faint energy left in the air. Even with his powerful soul energy, it took him a while to sense it before he flew in a certain direction. Behind him, Xian hugged Ming, who was sleeping soundly in her arms, tighter, and quickly chased after him. They didn't fly at full speed. They flew leisurely for some time. When they saw that the sky had turned orange and the sun was about to fall silent, the two of them hurriedly increased their speed. If they couldn't find a place to stay before nightfall, their eyes carefully glanced at the yellow ground below that was covered by rocks. Their faces couldn't help but twitch a few times. They had to find a good place to camp. Fortunately, when the sun had completely set and there was still a small part of the sky above the mountain, they followed the trace of residual energy and found a small village built with dozens of wooden houses. However, the village was a little bumpy, and the houses were a little dilapidated. Although it was already dusk, there were still many people moving about in the village. The laughter of children made Yun Nuashing suddenly relax. Living in the forest, he hadn't seen anyone or heard anything for a long time. If it weren't for the company of Zian and Ming, he would probably go crazy. The dusk elongated the two's shadows. The sudden appearance of Yun Nuashing and Zian was also seen by the people in the village. Men and women, old and young, almost in the blink of an eye, they all drew out their long swords. Some of the teenagers hurriedly pulled the children who were still playing behind them and stared at them with vigilance. The trembling long swords reflected the orange light, which made the two of them a little dumbfounded. They didn't do anything. Stop, don't scare the guests. Just as the atmosphere was about to turn into a big fight, an old voice suddenly slowly came out of the village. Everyone was stunned. Those who drew their swords looked at each other and frowned as they sized up Yun Nuashing and Zian for a while. Then they slowly put away their swords and spears. It seemed that the owner of this voice had a lot of authority here. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have put away their weapons so obediently. Just as Yun Nuashing was wondering if they had tracked them to the bandits' lair, an old man in white walked out of the crowd. His long snow-white hair was mixed with a few strands of pitch-black hair. His ruddy complexion gave him a youthful look. His old but bright eyes looked at them. After a long time, the old man cupped his fists and said, respectfully, "The villagers haven't seen you for a long time and are a little unfamiliar with you. I hope that the two of you won't take it to heart." As soon as he finished speaking, the young people behind him were shocked. Some of them hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to say something. However, they seemed to have guessed something and retracted their steps. They also bowed to Yun Nuashing and Zian. The others followed suit. "Uncle, don't be like this. We didn't say anything." Yun Nuashing was a little stunned by their actions. The moment he came back to his senses, he hurriedly turned his body to the side. With a wave of his hand, a gentle energy restored their postures to their original positions. Everyone was shocked by his move. They looked at Yun Nuashing with eyes full of respect and some excitement. Seeing everyone's gazes, Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. He hurriedly changed the topic and explained the purpose of his visit. After hearing this, the old man pondered for a while before sighing. He slowly said, "Actually, I don't recommend that you stay here. Is it inconvenient?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was a little dejected. When he thought about how he would have to return to that small cave and stay for a while, his slender eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. "It's not that it's inconvenient." The old man shook his head and said helplessly, "As the largest region in the realm of the gods, the divine land, it was vast and boundless. Although high walls had been built in most areas, there were still some places that hadn't been developed much. For example, some small villages. In such a barren land, it was naturally easy to breed some bandits, robbers, bandits, and the like. They relied on their powerful strength to wreak havoc everywhere. They robbed villages, bullied men and women, and so on. I actually forgot about this." After listening to them, Yun Nuashing sighed. Usually they stayed in the city most of the time. Looking at the prosperous streets and the earth-shattering cries of hawkers, they had long forgotten about the people living outside the city. Of course, they also didn't think about their situation. However, to be honest, the weak were prey to the strong. This was the universal law of the world. He was already used to it. Our village was just robbed clean today, but that guy, pockmarked Lou, threatened to destroy this place if we can't take out 5 kilograms of low-grade glazed crystals in 5 days. However, how can 5 kilograms be mined so easily? Due to excessive mining in this area, there aren't many glazed crystals left. However, we don't have the ability to mine the high mountains in the distance. The old man, who was called Uncle Lu, sighed. His distressed look made Yun Nuashing fall silent. No one in our village has enough strength to go against that group of bandits. Anyone in the village who resisted was killed. A few days ago, some people in the village were captured by them. Beside her, a big man who looked simple and honest couldn't help but sigh and say, Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. No wonder the entire village looked a little dilapidated. It turned out that someone had destroyed it. Xingxing helped them. Xian gently tugged at Yun Nuashing's sleeve and transmitted her voice. She also sympathized with these people. They were originally living a good life, but because of some bandits who appeared out of nowhere, their lives were destroyed. That's what I think too. Yun Nuashing spread out her hands. In the end, she added in her heart, after robbing so much, I think those bandits must be quite rich. Instead of spending money to buy materials, why don't I rob something too? As the saying goes, you have to pay for what you did. Old man, are there many bandits in this area? Yun Nuashing asked, pinching her fingers. There are as many as the hairs on a cow. After we send away a batch, another batch comes. Little brother, don't you know the characteristics of the northern wilderness? Uncle Lu sighed and said. However, he was actually a little confused about Yun Nuashing's question. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She shook her head with a hollow laugh and said, I came from the Taiyuan region, so I don't know much about the Divine Land. At most, I only know the names of a few regions. Uncle Lu suddenly understood and then slowly explained. The Divine Land was divided into 5 regions. The northern wilderness, which was mostly barren land, was the southern wilderness, which was mostly plains. The eastern sea was the vast ocean. The western region was called the Western region, and only the region in the middle was called the Divine Land. After listening to the explanation, Yun Nuashing nodded. However, she was a little confused. The region in the middle was called the Divine Land. The Divine Land is divided into 4 major regions. Each region is as big as the origin region, and the region in the middle is the center of the Divine Land, the center of the realm of the gods, the small Divine Land, Zai said faintly, knowing the doubts in her heart. You didn't say that back then. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. At the beginning, she only heard Zai mention a few regions and didn't mention the region in the middle. Would you believe me if I said I forgot? Zai smiled faintly. Yun Nuashing nodded calmly, and then calmly raised the middle finger of his right hand. Zai couldn't help but laugh when she saw the disdain on his handsome face. She grabbed that white and slender middle finger and said, All right, it's just a joke about the small Divine Land. Well, it's not appropriate for you to know about it now. When the time comes, I'll let you know. Now, you just need to know that there's a place called the small Divine Land, and you won't be going there for a while. Just pretend that you don't know. What are you saying? Those gods are all mysterious. Aren't you, little girl, doing the same every day? You're keeping me in suspense and not saying anything. Even though Yun Nuashing was prepared for this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zai smiled charmingly, took a sip of tea, and poked Yun Nuashing with her slender finger. She didn't say anything, causing the latter to leave in a bad mood. Don't worry about the bandits. We'll take care of them while we're at it. Yun Nuashing thought about it. After all, she was going to stay in their house. She could help them solve their current problem, and at the same time, give herself a peaceful environment. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Little brother, do you really want to stay overnight? Uncle Lu was stunned when he heard her nonchalant words. He was a little worried, although he felt that Yun Nuashing wasn't an ordinary person. Those bandits weren't easy to deal with either. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. Leave this to us. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. Uncle Lu was silent for a long time. He looked at Yun Nuashing, who was still smiling brightly in front of him, and sighed. He said, "If you insist on staying, I have nothing more to say. However, little brother, I still have to remind you. If pockmarked Lu comes, don't worry about us, and leave quickly." Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. The two of them were brought to a very clean stone house. It was just the right size for a family to stay in. The house was also very clean and had been carefully tidied up. A 2-meter-long and half-foot wide wooden bed took up almost half of the stone house. Yun Nuashing stood at the door of the stone house and glanced at Zian. She couldn't help but look at Zian. Just as she was about to say something, the youth named Wang Qin laughed and said, "Brother Yin, do you want 1 or 2 rooms?" As he spoke, his gaze swept across Yun Nuashing and Zian. He couldn't help but look at Ming, who was sleeping soundly in the latter's arms. He was a little uncertain about the relationship between the three of them. Yun Nuashing and Zian blushed at the same time. They looked at each other embarrassedly. Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly, raised 2 fingers, and said, Two rooms." "There's only 1 room here. The others haven't been cleaned in a long time, so they're a little dirty. Brother Yin, you guys can squeeze into 1 room." Unexpectedly, Wang Qin smiled and waved his hand. After saying that, he ran away, leaving behind Yun Nuashing and Yun Ruashing, who had yet to react, in a mess in the wind. "Ahem, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave too." Uncle Lu coughed dryly and ran off. He didn't look old at all. "If there's only 1 room, why did you say so much?" Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she cursed in her heart. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She turned her head stiffly and looked at Zian, who was blushing. She felt her face heat up. Although they had been traveling together, they were at least in 2 separate places when camping at night. How did they end up in the same room in such a short time? About that, we'll make do," Yun Nuashing said dryly after a moment of silence. Zian gently nodded her head. Her fair and pretty face was somewhat flushed. It seemed that she was also very embarrassed. However, she didn't say anything, looking at the simple and crude appearance of the stone house. If she didn't sleep on the bed, then she could only sleep on the floor. Chapter 229. The northern wasteland was barren and close to primitive. It was rich in Xian crystals and strange stones. However, the northern wasteland was a name left behind many years ago. Now, there were only a few scattered places that were still barren. Most of the other places had been set foot and developed by humans. However, the names that had been passed down had not changed. Due to the abundance of Xian crystals, the northern wasteland was also called the Northern Crystal. Countless treasures were buried under the ground, waiting for the fated people to develop and collect them. I didn't expect to cross from the western region to the northern wasteland in just 4 months. Yun Nuashing calculated and said with a little astonishment, "Xingling City is not too far from the border between the western region and the northern wasteland. We flew for so long in the sky, so we crossed it long ago." Hearing this, Zian smiled slightly. "Oh, right, Zian. Why didn't you tell me that you're from the Divine Prefecture?" Yun Nuashing came back to her senses and remembered that Zian was from the Divine Prefecture. She couldn't help but ask, "You didn't ask me, and—" Zian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a faint smile, "Xing, you did mention to me that you're from outside the Divine Prefecture, either." "I've already told you everything." Zian sighed. Ever since she had decided to travel together with him, she didn't want to hide any secrets. This was because she didn't know how long they would travel together in the future. It would be easier to get along with each other by getting to know each other. It could be said that Yun Nuashing had pretty much understood her. On the other hand, someone didn't say much. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and said, "I was afraid that you would think that I was too talkative, so I didn't say anything. I was just waiting for you to ask me when you're interested." He wasn't someone who liked to hide everything. He could still be more open with his friends. It was just that he lacked the initiative. After all, he didn't know if other people were interested in him. If he took the initiative to talk about it one day, other people would roll their eyes at him. That kind of situation would be a little awkward. Just as Ming said, Xing Xing is so stupid. Ziyin couldn't help but hold his forehead and murmured in a low voice. What? No, no. In the stone house there was a cozy atmosphere, and there was not much awkwardness. After the initial strange atmosphere, the two of them had gotten used to it. Moreover, there was also Ming, the middleman who did not really fit his name, to distract their attention a little. That night, Uncle Lu and the others warmly entertained them. They specially slaughtered a pig, and everyone sat in front of the fire. The whole pig was roasted until it was bright red with oil. They took it down from the fire rack and cut off a small piece. Drops of oil that reflected the light of the fire flowed out along with a fragrant smell. Everyone ate heartily and drank big bowls of wine. It was as lively as a festival, and laughter filled the air. Most of the people in the northern wilderness were boorish. They drank and even kept tabloids. Although Yun Nuashing ate to his heart's content, there was one thing he thought was good about himself. He did not like to drink. However, just because he didn't drink, it didn't mean that everyone else didn't drink. For example, Ziyin, who was beside him, was holding a small jar of wine and sipping it. Her cheeks were faintly red because of the wine, and she looked even prettier. Her unprecedented beauty attracted the attention of half of the people present. Ming, don't drink. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly and pulled out Ming, who was carefully hiding behind him. He then took away the fragrant wine jar in her hand and said softly, "Brother, you're so stingy." Ming pouted unhappily when the wine jar was taken away. She glared at Yun Nuashing with her gem-like eyes, and the look of resentment on her face was very amusing. "You're still young. Listen to me, don't drink." Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and patted her head with a smile. "Xing Xing, don't you want to have a sip?" "It's really delicious," Ziyin said with a smile when she saw the scene. She held the wine jar in her hand in front of Yun Nuashing. "I don't drink." Yun Nuashing turned his face away. "It's really delicious. Try it." Ziyin moved the wine jar closer, almost touching his nose. "Aye." Yun Nuashing suddenly felt like crying. The rich wine aroma hit his nose. Although this smell might not be a big deal to others, when it came to him, he could only say, "It's so disgusting. I really don't want to drink. I can't stand this smell." Yun Nuashing helplessly pushed the wine jar away and shook his head like a rattle drum. Seeing his tightly knitted brows, Ziyin had no choice but to take back the wine jar. She then saw Ming looking at her eagerly. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "Ming, be good. You're still young. Don't drink." "Sister, you're so stingy." Hearing the same answer, Ming also wanted to cry. However, when he saw the serious expressions of the two, he could only gloomily dismiss the idea of drinking and sit down obediently. During the meal, Yun Nuashing asked Uncle Lu, who was next to him, about the places where the bandits gathered. Now that he had the intention of robbing, he naturally had to find the place. The northern wilderness was so big. How long would it take for him to find the place alone? Uncle Lu took out a sheepskin map. It was filled with some mountain ranges, valleys, and other topography. He looked at it carefully and pointed at a few places. The range was quite wide. The distances ranged from 100 to 1,000 miles. These were some of the strongholds that he knew. We don't know where pockmarked Lu's lair is. To be honest, the information that reached our ears most likely didn't reach those places. When Yun Nuashing asked about pockmarked Lu's strongholds, Uncle Lu shook his head. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing felt a little helpless. However, after thinking for a while, he felt that it was reasonable. If it was so easy for people to find their lair, they probably wouldn't be that strong. And the facts proved his thoughts very well. That night, he took Ziyin and the others to the places that Uncle Lu pointed out. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, they destroyed the bandits' lair. However, he was a little disappointed. Other than a few kilograms of low-grade shin crystals, There was nothing else. So this is all you have? Tossing the heavy bag in his hand, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the guy who was beaten black and blue and lying on the ground, he said angrily, "Big Uncle, this is the result of our 1 month's work. The surrounding small villages don't have many Xian crystals." The man in black, who was beaten up like a pig on the ground, said with snot and tears. He looked at the bag in Yun Nuashing's hand with a pained expression. "Only a few kilograms a month, and all of them are low-grade Xian crystals. What's the use of having you?" Yun Nuashing kicked him angrily. "Uncle, the northern wilderness. Although the northern wilderness is rich in Xian crystals, but because of years of digging here, there isn't much stock left. These few kilograms are the result of us brothers working so hard that we vomited blood." The pig-headed man in black wanted to cry, but had no tears. He looked at him suspiciously and found that he didn't seem to be lying. Only then did he let out a long sigh and jumped down from the high seat. He squatted in front of the pig-headed man and grabbed his head with his hand. With a kind smile, he said, "I heard that there are many bandits in the northern wilderness. I wonder if Mr. Pig-headed Man can tell me where there are other big families? If you're lying to me—" "Ha ha!" When they heard that amiable laughter, the bandits who were lying on the ground all had goose-bumps. This seemingly harmless fellow was simply a demon. Looking at the messy bandit lair, helplessly, Yun Nuashing sighed. It seemed that this area was really barren. She couldn't find anything valuable even after digging 3 feet into the ground. She had no choice but to take Zien and the others back home. It was meaningless to continue staying here. This village was located in an oasis. The oasis spread out for tens of thousands of miles. It was full of greenery, and the lush ancient trees swayed with vitality. It was a good, clean land in the desert, like a primeval forest. On the horizon, an orange-yellow fireball rose slowly, and the uneven rocky mountains cast a long shadow. It fell on the entrance of the village, on Yun Nuashing, who had closed his eyes and resonated with the heaven and earth. Phew! He condensed the heaven and earth energy into a strand and slowly absorbed it into his body. As the energy entered his body, the surface of his body emitted a faint fluorescent light. Only when the energy was completely poured into his body did the light gradually dissipate. After a long time, Yun Nuashing slightly opened his eyes. He felt that his strength had improved a little. He exhaled a breath of air from his nostrils. Ever since he entered the immortal rank, the growth of his strength had slowed down a lot. Although a few months had passed, he was still stuck at the first level of the immortal rank. This was with the help of the purple pill in his body. The slow speed made him miss the mortal rank, where he could soar a few times in a short period of time. However, rice had to be eaten bite by bite, and the road had to be walked step by step. One couldn't become a fat person after eating a mouthful. Cultivation still had to be done slowly. After ending his cultivation, Yun Nuashing turned around. Just as he was about to return to the stone house, he heard a series of bang, 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 bang sounds coming from the stone house beside him. It sounded like a pile of things had been smashed to the ground. Then he heard an old man's wail, which stunned him. This voice seemed to be coming from Elder Lu. He quickly flashed into the stone house that was a little more spacious than the other stone houses. Before Yun Nuashing could make a sound, he saw that the house was a little messy. The pots and pans on the side had all been smashed to the ground. There was a large pile of books in the center of the house. Elder Lu was sitting on a pile of books, rubbing his head. "Elder Lu, what are you doing?" Yun Nuashing was stunned by the scene. He quickly went forward to help Elder Lu up from the ground. He couldn't help but ask, "I suddenly remembered something and wanted to find a scroll. I don't know where I put it." Elder Lu patted his robe and shook his head helplessly. After saying that, he squatted down and picked up the books on the ground. Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue and also squatted down to help tidy up the books. After tidying up the spread-out books, Yun Nuashing glanced at them curiously. He found that these books seemed to be about finding and quarrying stones. They talked about finding stones and looking at stones. There was also something else that he couldn't understand. My ancestor was a heaven pulse master. He left many books related to quarrying stones here. However, the most important inheritance book was lost. I don't know where it went. Elder Lu saw Yun Nuashing's curiosity and explained softly, Heaven Pulse Master. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing murmured, Heaven Pulse Master, observing stars, fixing dragon veins, finding mysterious crystals, finding divine objects. Even a child could say these words. Almost everyone in the gods' realm knew about the profession of Heaven Pulse Master. However, with the passage of time, many inheritances were lost one by one. The authentic Heaven Pulse Master seemed to have disappeared long ago. He didn't expect to find traces of a Heaven Pulse Master here. He also didn't expect that Elder Lu's ancestor was a Heaven Pulse Master. Speaking of Heaven Pulse Master, Yun Nuashing also had some yearning. With the unique ability of a Heaven Pulse Master to find mysterious crystals and various materials, it was enough to become a guest of honor of some major forces. They would be treated politely wherever they went. After all, if there was a Heaven Pulse Master, it could be said that they didn't have to worry about finding mysterious crystals. Mysterious crystals could be used to speed up cultivation. This was an essential thing for cultivating talents. Although he could see through things directly with his evil spirit eye, compared to an authentic Heaven Pulse Master, he could only see and not push. It was equivalent to finding things by chance. Therefore, he also wanted to learn. However, he was always running around. Moreover, there were very few Heaven Pulse Masters. It was easier said than done to find them. Found it. While Yun Nuashing was deep in thought, Mr. Lu suddenly laughed. He pulled Yun Nuashing's attention and turned his head around curiously. He saw Mr. Lu gently caressing a black metal tube with his hand. There were some drawings of gods and demons carved on the metal tube. They looked a little evil. Seeing that he turned his gaze, Uncle Lu turned the metal cylinder upside down and took out a piece of yellow, rolled-up rice paper. It seemed that it had a long history. Putting the roll of paper on the table, Yun Nuashing hurriedly put the books back on the bookshelf and then leaned over. He was a little curious about what the Heaven Pulse Master had left behind. On the yellow map, there was a small mountain village with a circle on the left. There was nothing else. Yun Nuashing was puzzled. He knew that the circle indicated that place, but he didn't see anything on it. Naturally, he didn't know what this map with only one village and one circle wanted to tell him. I've seen it many times, but I don't know what it wants to tell me. I only know that there should be something in that circle, but no one has ever been there. After looking at it for a long time, Uncle Lu slowly rolled up the map and put it back into the metal cylinder. He sighed helplessly. That village should be this village, right? Yun Nuashing thought for a while. After all, Uncle Lu's ancestor was the mysterious Heaven Pulse Master. Even if he didn't build this village, it should have something to do with him. Moreover, this kind of map that didn't have coordinates and didn't have specific features was either embarrassing or incomplete. Otherwise, there was no need to write it clearly. The circle and the village were all the clues. It should be, this village was built by my ancestor. I think what he left behind should be this symbol. Uncle Lu nodded. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing smiled slightly. Little brother, let me remind you. Although I don't know what this map says or what was left behind, the news passed down from generation to generation always says, danger! Don't get close. You must not go there, Uncle Lu said quickly when he saw his excited expression. Chapter 230. What exactly is there? The more Uncle Lu said this, the more curious Yun Nuashing became. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the information left behind by my ancestors should be related to a god from the mythological era. Uncle Lu shook his head and said, Our Lu family seems to have been guarding that place for generations. Yun Nuashing didn't pay much attention to what Elder Lu said after that. He was already so shocked by the first sentence that he couldn't speak. The mythological era was the beginning of the great Yuan realm. Myriad gods stood in great numbers, and the first great deity still existed. It was the era when the realm of the gods was born. The myriad gods here were not gods, but gods above the rebirth realm. However, the gods of the mythological era completely disappeared overnight, as if they had evaporated from the world. No one knew what happened. The numerous gods, as well as the high and mighty gods, completely disappeared from the 8 elements realm. There were no ancient records of what happened that day. The great Yuan realm hurriedly entered a new era, and from then on there were no more gods in the world, the gods of the first era of creation. Zi murmured softly. Yun Nuashing also fell silent. The voices were still circulating in his mind. It was the creation myth he heard in his sea of consciousness, 8,000 years after the birth of the great Yuan realm. The first generation of gods was born. The first gods were in charge of the entire great Yuan realm. They maintained the balance. The powerhouses of the 8 elements realm were not allowed to interfere with the living beings of the lower realms. They were not allowed to cause too much turmoil in the lower realms, such as blowing up a planet or ancient planet of life. They were equivalent to a kind of controller. Once the first great deity still existed, there would be a kind of suppression that would suppress the strength of the powerhouses from the 8 elements realm. The 8 elements realms are actually interconnected. It's difficult to visit, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to visit each other. Therefore, the life forms of the 8 elements realm are abnormally powerful. If they rashly barge into the lower realms, it would be a destructive disaster for those worlds. Therefore, the first great deity also set up restrictions to suppress the strength of the powerhouses from the 8 elements realm. This can be considered a measure to protect the lower realms. Zi Yi murmured to himself. Perhaps the gods of the mythological era have a way to travel between the 8 elements realm. If news of a place related to the gods of that era were to spread, the entire realm of the gods would be shaken. I must find time to go and take a look. Yun Nuashing clenched her fists and couldn't help but lick her lips. After leaving Elder Lu's house, he saw that the sun had completely risen. When he returned to the stone house where they lived, he saw that the 2 beauties, one big and one small, were still sleeping soundly. Yun Nuashing did not have the heart to wake them up, so he could only wander around the village. Coincidentally, he bumped into the clever-looking young man who had tricked him once, walking out of the stone house. When he saw Yun Nuashing coming over, the latter was stunned for a moment and greeted him. "Big brother Yun, you woke up so early?" Wang Qin chuckled. Yun Nuashing shrugged and thought for a while. Then she told him about the place that the map pointed to. She wanted to ask for some clues. Hearing Yun Nuashing mention that place, the smile on Wang Chen's face suddenly disappeared. His brows furrowed, and his pondering look made him stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would be able to get something out of a casual mention. "I only know a little. Uncle Lu was drunk once and said that it was related to a god. As for the rest, I'm not too sure." After Wang Qin finished speaking, he shook his head and laughed. Obviously, he didn't take it to heart. After all, gods were existences that they couldn't touch. They were too far away from them. It was precisely because they seemed too incredible that they didn't care. Is there anyone in the village who knows a thing or two about searching for the black crystal? Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. He already knew this information. It seemed that he couldn't get anything else out of Wang Qin, so he had to ask something else. After all, he planned to find the materials on his own. There were many things buried in the northern wilderness. He thought that these people should know a thing or two about searching for the black crystal. Most of the people in the village know a thing or two. However, Uncle Lu is the most proficient. He has never made a mistake in searching for the black crystal, Wang Chen said after thinking for a while. That's true. After all, his ancestor was a heaven vein master. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. Big brother Yin, you want to learn how to search for the black crystal. Do you want to go stone gambling? Wang Qin couldn't help but laugh when he saw that he was in deep thought. Stone gambling. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he heard a term that he had never heard before. He asked in confusion, "What is stone gambling?" "It's crystal gambling," Wang Chun explained patiently. The black crystal was made of a very special stone. It was difficult for cultivators to see through it. Be it spiritual force, essence energy, or soul power, it was difficult to find out what was inside. The only way was to cut it open and investigate. Of course, Yun Nuashing's situation was special. He could see it clearly with his evil spirit eye, so he could rule it out. After hearing that, Yun Nuashing was stunned. This was very similar to the time when he found Ling Hongjian in Divine Weapon City. Could it be that this was stone gambling? He had heard a little about it at Divine Weapon City. Because they didn't know what was inside the stone, they felt that it wasn't worth it to simply cut it open. Therefore, they opened it to the public and allowed capable people to cut it open. This way, even if they couldn't cut anything inside, it wouldn't have anything to do with the stone seller. They could even make a profit. However, if something valuable was cut out, their faces would turn green. A long time ago, our village was very rich. My grandfather's generation went to a small city nearby to broaden their horizons and participate in stone gambling. It said that they once cut out something amazing. Wang Chun said enviously, "Are there any restrictions?" Yun Nuashing was a little tempted. No, to be precise, he was tempted by the idea of having fun. There are no special restrictions. As long as you can afford it, no one will say anything. Wang Chun shook his head. After Wang Chun said that, he inadvertently saw Yun Nuashing's sparkling and mysterious eyes. A thought flashed across his mind. He was slightly delighted and hurriedly said, Big brother Yun, do you want to go?" "I want to go too." Seeing Wang Chun's excited look, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "There's no hurry." Now, the nearest stone gambling venue is in an oasis thousands of miles away. It's considered the most prosperous oasis in this desert with tens of millions of people gathered there. The oasis covers an area of more than 300,000 miles, which is equivalent to a primeval forest. It's very lively. However, this is only an ordinary stone gambling venue. There's a city further away. I heard that it's the best, most luxurious, and most prosperous stone gambling venue. I think it's called Holy something city. Wang Chen's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. His impatient look made Yun Nuashing feel a little helpless. Holy Sky City, Yun Nuashing reminded him. This was the city he wanted to go to. It was the most central city in the northern wilderness. He didn't expect the reputation of this city to be known by the people in these small villages. It seemed to be very famous. However, thinking about it, this city in the center of the northern wilderness could be regarded as a holy city. Countless large forces had taken root there, so it was normal for it to be famous. Yes, it's Holy something city. It's the place where many stone gambling venues in the Holy Lands are open. Once, our village's ancestor, the Heaven Vein Master, gambled the stone gambling venues of other holy lands and families until they went bankrupt. In the end, all the other stone gambling venues stayed away from him. Seeing him walk over, my blood pressure would soar, Wang Chun said excitedly. Went bankrupt? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. How good was he to gamble to make other gambling venues go bankrupt? Moreover, the quality of the stones there is very good. It is said that there are top-grade crystals from the heavenly origin ancient mine and the primordial god mine. It is a veritable paradise for stone gambling. However, the prices there are very expensive. Generally, people who are not rich will not choose to go there. Take our village, for example. I estimate that if we gather all the wealth of the entire village, we can only buy one stone. It can be said that a single mistake can lead to everlasting regret, and the family will go bankrupt and lose everything. This kind of thing is not strange. Holy lands? Those families? What kind of families are they? Yun Nuashing was a little curious. They're very famous in the Divine Prefecture. They're the 8-something families and the 9-something palaces. Wang Qin scratched his head. It seemed that he didn't remember these names. The 8 ancient families and the 9 great elemental palaces. Yun Nuashing covered his face and didn't say it out loud. However, he didn't have much confidence in gambling on stones. At most, he was curious. After all, the rings that Xianyin gave him were filled with countless materials. Although they were all above level 8 and couldn't be used now, Yun Nua Planet didn't need to go to those high-class places to gamble on stones. What he needed were some level 2 and level 3 materials. High-class places corresponded to high-class materials. It was better for him to find a slightly smaller place to gamble on stones. At best, he wanted to have fun. He didn't care much about it. However, before he went to play, he still had to learn how to search for crystals. Although he had the evil spirit eye and could directly see through crystals, he had seen crystals that he couldn't see through when he was in Divine Weapon City. Learning the crystal searching technique was just insurance. If Big Brother Yin wants to learn the crystal searching technique, you can go directly to Uncle Lu. Just tell him and he definitely won't refuse, Wang Qin said with a smile. Yun Nuashing nodded. After chatting for a while, he leisurely returned to the stone house. Seeing that the two were still sleeping, he shook his head helplessly. He quietly sat on the cold floor at the side and slowly entered a state of cultivation. That afternoon, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire village. Suddenly, there was the sound of horse hooves outside the village. Hearing this, the villagers panicked. They hurriedly grabbed long swords from their houses, carried them on their backs, and rushed to the entrance of the village. Pockmarked Lu is here. He brought dozens of people. It's obvious that he's here with ill intentions. He brought so many people. It doesn't look like he's here for crystals. He wants to massacre our village. Otherwise, why would he mobilize such a large number of people? Damn bandits. They only know how to bully small villages like us. If they have the ability, why don't they rob those sects? Most of them have more or less connections with those sections. Some even have the support of large forces. Do you still expect those sects to destroy them? The young men in the village were very unyielding. Seeing the dust flying in the distance, they didn't have a trace of fear. They were all prepared to fight to the end. The shining white swords in their hands showed their determination. Today is not the day to fight to the death. Calm down. Uncle Lu and a few old men stood at the front and scolded these young men slightly. They cast their eyes outside the village. Dust flew up into the sky. They could vaguely see dozens of people galloping at the front of the dust cloud. Dozens of people were overflowing with murderous intent. Accompanied by shouts and shouts, they rushed to the front in the blink of an eye. Their scimitars were shining coldly under the sunlight. All of them were riding on horses. Almost all of them had some scars on their bodies. They looked ferocious and ferocious. The word ferocious was written on their foreheads. A faint smell of blood floated from their bodies. It was obvious that they were a group of murderers. Compared to ordinary bandits, they were more like hooligans who valued money more than their lives. In the past few days, Yun Nuashing had robbed some bandits and raiders within a radius of 1,000 miles. He had also seen a few small villages. However, it was the first time that he had seen such a group of bandits coming to his door. Moreover, he hadn't been able to find these people. It wasn't hard to imagine that these bandits were quite powerful in this area. In the middle of the black horse sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. His face was full of pockmarks. His 2 small beards were curled into the character. His hair stood up straight like a lion's hair. He looked a little funny, but also a little out of place in the northern wilderness. People from the village, are you tired of living? How dare you point your swords at us? Don't you want to live anymore? Many bandits in this group shouted loudly. Their harsh voices spread throughout the entire village. Uncle Lu walked out of the crowd and stood in front of the village gate. He clasped his hands and said respectfully, "Gentlemen, please don't be angry. Which man in the northern wilderness doesn't carry a sword with him. We have always done so. Cut the crap. Have you prepared the Xian crystals I asked you to prepare? Don't tell me that you still need time to prepare. We have given you enough time. If you don't take out the things today, your village will disappear from the northern wilderness. Someone sneered and waved the swords in his hands as if he was demonstrating. Uncle Lu knew that this group of people was definitely not joking. Judging from their murderous looks, it seemed that they had already planned to slaughter the entire village. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly opened a bag. The glittering Xian crystals attracted everyone's attention. Yes, it is indeed low-grade Xian crystals. It's just a little more than 5 kilograms. Old man, you are quite capable. You have gathered them in such a short time. Pockmarked, Lu opened his eyes slightly and glanced at it. He reached out and sucked the bag over. He weighed it in his hand and said with satisfaction, "This old man does not dare to disobey the orders of the lords." Uncle Lu clasped his hands. These Xian crystals were all found by Yun Nuoxing when she went out. Although low-grade Xian crystals were a little useful to him, he didn't lack them at all. There were still holy-grade Xian crystals in his pendant. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to fight in the village, you would have to lie down now. In the stone house, Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes and sighed. Chapter 231. Pockmarked, Lu put away the bag of Xian crystals and said with a faint smile, "You old bastard, you're really good at finding crystals. We're in urgent need of Xian crystals now. I'll give you another task. You have to hand in 5 kilograms of low-grade Xian crystals in 20 days. What, another 5 kilograms? We just handed them in. It's not that easy to find another 5 kilograms. Uncle Lu was so angry that he trembled all over. Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for them? Pockmarked, Lu put on a fake smile and said, "This is the last time. It's a little special at this stage, so we need special treatment. We really need Xian crystals. If you succeed, you'll benefit from it in the future." But, hearing that, Elder Lu wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a fierce shout. "What's with all the nonsense? Just do as I say. If you don't see Xian crystals in 20 days, I'll bring back 2 heads for you. Unless you don't want the lives of your villagers anymore. Go and find them for me." Pockmarked, Lu's face suddenly became gloomy. He turned his horse around and said coldly, 10 days. We'll collect 5 kilograms first. If you can't find them, you'll die. Old bastard. While you still have some time left, do something." A bandit whipped Elder Lu, spat, and rode away on his horse. The villagers were a little angry, but they were unusually silent. Everyone clenched their fists and loosened them after a while. If they really rushed up and fought with their lives, they would be the ones to suffer losses. Now they could only swallow their broken teeth. But this taste was full of bitterness. Yun Nuoxing quietly appeared at the gate of the village. He patted Wang Chun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come with me. We'll bring back your villagers." When Uncle Lu and the others saw him appear, joy appeared on their faces. They knew that this little brother was a bit mysterious. If he helped them, he might be able to help them out of their current predicament. Before they could say anything, Yun Nuoxing disappeared with Wang Chun in the blink of an eye. The 2 of them floated in the sky, carefully following Pockmarked Lu and the others. They didn't go back to their nest directly. Instead, they rode their horses to a few oases and collected more than 10 pounds of low-grade Xian crystals. Then, they rode their horses with satisfaction and rushed far away. However, this group of people was very cautious. They walked and stopped and occasionally took a detour, as if they were afraid of being followed. During this time, they even walked into some very secretive areas. If it weren't for Yun Nuoxing paying close attention from the sky, they might have lost them halfway. What surprised the 2 of them was that Pockmarked Lu's stronghold was not in the vicinity. It was not until the sun set in the west that they stopped at a place nearly 1,000 miles away. Although there were a few oases within 100 miles of this place, they did not plunder these places. It seemed that every time they went out, they would choose to plunder from afar. With so many Xian crystals, that lord should be able to break through, right? When they reached a certain river, the group stopped to rest for a while. Pockmarked, Lu stroked his two beards and murmured, "That's right, Lord." Yun Nuashing was surprised. Someone that this bandit called Lord must be at a higher level. What kind of forces are there in the desert? Yun Nuashing thought for a while and asked. The most famous force in the desert is the Golden Mountain sect. It seems that the area within 1,000 miles is their sphere of influence, Wang Qin said after thinking for a while. Pockmarked Lu and the others rested for a while before they mounted their horses again and rushed into the forest. Yun Nuashing quickly released her soul force and followed them into the distance. She then grabbed Wang Chen with one hand and followed them closely. Not long after, Pockmarked Lu and the others stopped halfway up a mountain. It was a cave, and there were 2 stone pillars at the entrance of the cave. Yun Nuashing floated in the sky outside and released her soul force to the maximum. She continuously transmitted her soul force into the cave and found that there were more than 100 people in the cave. However, there were more than 10 auras that were somewhat weak. She did not know if they were the people who were kidnapped from the village. Just a cave and they are bandits. How crude! Yun Nuashing muttered speechlessly. Among these 100 people, the one with the highest cultivation was Pockmarked Lu. He seemed to be at the mortal realm, 10th cycle. His soul force went back and forth, but he could not find the lord he mentioned. I don't like killing people. In the sky, Yun Nuashing sighed. Wang Qin, who was beside her, was silent. Killing people was something that no one liked, right? But I hate bullying the weak even more. Yun Nuashing helplessly shook her head. She grabbed Wang Qin and sensed the location of the 10 weak auras. Her figure flashed and left behind a golden light as she rushed into the bandit's lair. In a gloomy place, there was a disgusting smell of decay and a faint smell of blood. The surrounding walls were made of rocks. Drops of cold water dripped down from the ceiling. Occasionally, a few fat rats would climb down the stairs and stand in front of the iron cage for a while. They then put their heads inside the iron cage. Suddenly, a silver-blue thunderbolt burst out and turned the rats into charcoal. The other rats all fled back to the stairs in a hurry. In the cage, there were only 10 weak breathing sounds. The darkness was the only rhythm in this place. Boom! The sudden explosion shocked the people in the cage. They quickly raised their heads and saw that a mountain wall had suddenly burst open. The mountain rocks were completely shattered and turned into dust that fell to the ground. A few huge rocks rolled on the ground with a rumble. An invisible force spread in. The bright sunlight shone in from the big hole and completely expelled the darkness in the cage. The people in the cage couldn't adapt to the dazzling golden light. Their dull and even white eyes were a little dazed. Second uncle, Uncle Ma, I'm here to save you. Although they couldn't see anything clearly from the outside of the cage, they could see everything clearly from the outside. Wang Chen immediately saw the people in the cage. Their ragged clothes made his nose ache. These were the elders who used to love him. Now that they had ended up like this, he couldn't help but feel his nose ache. He cursed fiercely, these bastards. The golden light shone on the backs of Yun Nuashing and Wang Qin. Many people in the cage also stared blankly at the two figures. They couldn't react for a while. This voice, is it Little Qin? When Wang Qin shouted, an old voice sounded in the cage. The voice was a little stiff and hoarse, as if it hadn't spoken for a long time. It was like the sharp sound of nails scratching the wall. Yun Nuashing shuddered, and goosebumps appeared on her skin. It's Little Qin. Little Qin. Little Qin is here to save us. Cough. Haha. I didn't expect that we would see the light of day again. Cough. When. At the same time, the people in the cages finally adapted to the dazzling sunlight. When they saw the vaguely familiar figure, They all cried out in excitement. One of the youths was so excited that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood dripped onto his tattered robes, making him look extremely miserable. "Uncle Ma, everyone!" Wang Chen was so excited that he couldn't speak. He rushed to the front of the cage and reached out to touch the black iron rods. "Wait a minute! Don't touch those rods!" Two voices sounded at the same time. One was from Yun Nuoxing, and the other was from the weak old man in the cage. As soon as he finished shouting, he seemed to have used up all the strength in his body. He sat on the ground and gasped for breath. It seemed that his body was indeed very weak. "What's wrong?" Wang Chen was startled by the two voices. He quickly took a step back and asked with some confusion. These iron rods didn't seem to be abnormal. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He took a step forward and reached out to grab the iron rod. The black iron rod suddenly erupted with a blue thunderbolt and hit his palm. However, his physical body was tyrannical. This level of thunderbolt only made him feel a little numb and didn't hurt him. TSK, this method is quite ruthless. Yun Nuoxing retracted his hand and said with a faint smile, this kind of attack was naturally no threat to him, but it was fatal to ordinary people who rashly put their hands on it. It had to be said that this group of people was really too cautious. They even put such a heavy defense on people who didn't have the strength to fight back. What is this? Seeing the blue light flash and disappear, Wang Chen held his hand with lingering fear and laughed dryly. A small talisman. It's very harmful to ordinary cultivators. If you're not careful, you'll die. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. He took out his sky piercer and slashed it. The hard iron cage was instantly destroyed. Although it looked very solid, it was still insignificant in front of a divine-level weapon. Little Chen, Uncle Ma! Seeing the iron cage destroyed, these people became excited. However, they didn't even have the strength to move. They could only sit on the ground and speak dryly. Let's catch up later. With such a big commotion here, pockmarked, Lu might have already brought people here. Uncle Ma panted and quickly reminded them. Seeing the old man gasping for breath for a long time after speaking, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. He waved his hand and shot out a few light pillars, enveloping Uncle Ma and the others. Immortal Qi surged, and he said casually, "Don't worry. My soul barrier isn't something these people can break. Thank you, Immortal." The feeling of abundant power flowing in his body slowly disappeared along with the flow of energy. Uncle Ma was startled. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed, respectfully. "Uncle Ma, you don't have to do this." Yun Nuoxing leaned over and smiled. Uncle Ma nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly carried a girl of about 10 years old from the arms of the unconscious man beside him and said hurriedly, "Immortal, I beg you to save someone." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing glanced at the girl. She looked to be about 10 years old. She was in her budding years and looked very cute. 2 braids were tied behind her head. However, her aura was abnormally weak. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a trace of life in her, people would have thought that she had died. "Little sisterling, Uncle Ma, what's going on?" Seeing the girl, Wang Chen's expression changed. He hurriedly went forward and took the girl from Uncle Ma's arms. He couldn't help but ask when he saw that her lips were purple, her face was dark, and her eyes were green and red. "Sigh, 2 days ago, Ling, I was captured by pockmarked Lu and the others. When she came back, she became like this." Uncle Ma sighed and said with some annoyance, "She's been poisoned, and the poison has already attacked her heart." Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and sighed. His slender eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they looked like they were about to lock together. Just as he finished speaking, before Uncle Ma and the rest could say anything, he stretched out his wrist and lightly sliced it with his finger. Then, a bright red bead of blood appeared from his wrist and gathered into a stream of blood. Just as it was about to drip down, He hurriedly brought his hand to Ling Er's mouth and let the bright red blood flow into her mouth. Xian Yin had left many imprints of the gods in Yun Nuoxing's body. It could dispel all impurities. When necessary, it could be used as an antidote. Moreover, the effects were better than ordinary antidotes. After about 10 seconds, Yun Nuoxing retracted his hand. With a touch of his finger, the wound disappeared. At the same time, Ling Oi's expression slowly returned to normal. "Thank you, Immortal." Seeing that Ling Er's condition had improved, Uncle Ma and a woman hurriedly knelt down. Just as they were about to kowtow, they were lifted up by a gentle force. "Uncle, you don't have to do this." Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. He was still not used to being treated like this. Then he waved his hand. Immortal Qi enveloped everyone and brought them out of the opened cave. 1,000 meters away, Yun Nuoxing and the others appeared. They looked at the mountain in the distance and sighed. It was as if they were talking to themselves. The law of the jungle is the law of this world. Since you can attack a group of old, weak women and children, Yun Nuoxing sighed heavily. He slowly stretched out his left hand and rubbed his thumb and middle finger together. Ta! Boom! 1,000-meter wide, purple flame pillar erupted from the bottom of the mountain. It was like a volcano erupting. The blazing flame pillar connected the heavens and the earth. The flames that soared into the sky swallowed the entire mountain in an instant. The purple light lit up the world and could be seen clearly even thousands of miles away. The dazzling light shone on everyone's faces, making them look a little dazed. This was the northern wilderness. It was chaotic and lawless. As long as one's fist was bigger, no one would say anything. Since pockmarked Lu could bring people to destroy a village, he could naturally be dealt with by others. Looking at the flame pillar with some surprise, Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at his hands. After advancing to the immortal stage, the range of his energy seemed to have increased by a lot. At least when he was at the mortal stage, he couldn't do this. He couldn't make flames cover 1,000-meter wide area. "Let's go. There's nothing left here." Yun Nuoxing sighed. He looked at the flame pillar that was gradually dissipating. There was only a bottomless pit left. It was dark and breathtaking. Chapter 232. After following the bandits for a day, with Yun Nuoxing's speed, it only took her less than 10 minutes to return to the village. She brought everyone to the entrance of the village, which alarmed many people in the village. Uncle Lu, who had hurried out, was so excited that he danced with joy when he saw the people who had been kidnapped. Uncle Ma even gave him a bear hug. Yun Nuoxing shook her head helplessly when she saw the old man crying and laughing with his arms around his shoulders. "The matter has been resolved. I have to inform ye, or that she doesn't have to come back from Divine Sky City," Uncle Lu said emotionally as he patted his old friend's shoulder and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. She looked at the distant horizon with a strange gaze. Her figure shook and she disappeared. "Xing Xing, you were gone for a long time." As soon as she returned to her stone house and closed the door, she heard the resentful cry of a lark behind her. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and turned around to look at Zian and Ming, who looked depressed. She laughed dryly and told them what happened just now. The two girls were relieved. The gods of the mythological era. When they heard this, all of them were shocked. Those were the first gods at the birth of heaven and earth. The things that were linked to them were enough to shake the entire realm of the gods. If this news were to spread, the northern wilderness would never have a day of peace. There was no need to doubt this. The experts of that era were the ones who stood above everyone else, and they dominated the world. "Do you plan to go and take a look?" Zian was stunned for a moment when she saw his lips split open to his cheeks. She asked somewhat helplessly. However, it was pointless for her to ask. Anyone who saw him like this would know what he meant. "Of course." Yun Nuoxing smiled evilly. However, even though he said that he wanted to go there, Yun Nuoxing still hadn't figured out what exactly was in that place. An underground world? A barrier? A palace? What the hell? Therefore, before he set off, he had to find out everything about that place. He also had to learn the crystal searching technique as a backup. You're asking so many questions. Don't tell me you want to go to that place. For the past few days, Yun Nuashing had been asking about that place, either directly or indirectly. This made Uncle Lu frown and say, "Little brother, I'd better tell you something. That place has been rumored to be very dangerous for generations. It has its own dangers. You've helped our village, so I don't want to see you take risks." In Uncle Lu's house, Yun Nuashing was flipping through some old books. When she heard what Uncle Lu said, she closed the ancient book with a paw sound. Then she looked at Uncle Lu and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, have you read it yourself?" Elder Lu was stunned. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, "We followed the teachings of our ancestors, so we naturally don't dare to take even half a step inside. However, there was once a traveler who went there, but I didn't see him return. I think he must have met with some mishap." "Don't worry." Yun Nuashing shrugged with a smile and said, "In the worst-case scenario, I'll be able to escape unscathed. You don't have to worry. Although I like to risk my life, I won't do something that will cost me my life." However, Uncle Lu kept shaking his head and repeatedly advised her not to go there. Even Uncle Ma, who lived next door, heard the commotion and came over to persuade her. Yun Nuashing felt a little embarrassed after being persuaded by the two elders. She stuck out her tongue and left. Of course, she wasn't so easily persuaded. As long as it was something she had decided on, she would go forward bravely. "You were rejected." Seeing that she came back with her tail between her legs, Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and nodded. She said, "I'll go there. You guys wait here for me. Don't follow me. Since they keep saying that it's dangerous, there must be something strange about it. If you guys go with me, I'm afraid I won't have the time to take care of it. I don't want any accidents to happen if you guys follow me." Seeing Xian open her mouth, Yun Nuashing knew what she was going to say. However, in an almost commanding tone, she asked them to stay here. Hearing this, Xian sighed helplessly. She also knew that no one could change Yun Nuashing's decision. She could only tell him to be careful. Then, she watched him disappear into the horizon. She touched Ming, whose little face was full of worry, and said, "Don't worry. Your brother will be fine." Ming nodded gloomily. Floating 1,000 meters above the village, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and tapped between her eyebrows. A light blue light flashed and was dragged out by her finger from between her eyebrows. Then it turned into a picture. The blurry image was projected in the air. It was the map that Uncle Lu had collected. There was only one village and one circle. Yun Nuashing looked at it carefully and felt a little lost. After hesitating for a while, she subconsciously followed the location on the map and flew to the west of the village. 5 minutes later, Yun Nuashing quickly stopped at a place 10 kilometers away from the village. She slowly landed on a green mountain peak. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she looked down at an abnormal empty space and frowned slightly. Below her was a forest that was abnormally green. It should be the center of this oasis. However, there was a strange empty space here. There were no signs of destruction. Furthermore, this empty space was a very regular circle, as if all the trees in this area had disappeared. Lowering her head to look at the map, Yun Nuashing looked at the empty space and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, it was the 5-colored evil spirit eye. Many small arrays spun in the air and then overlapped in front of the eye. Following the opening of the evil spirit eye, the entire world changed colors. There were red fire elements, green wind elements, and dense wood elements below. However, the strange thing was that the empty space was not dyed with any color, as if there was no elemental energy there. Although Yun Nuashing could see the elemental energy and its flow, she could not see what existed there. No, it could be said that she saw something strange. When the flowing energy touched the edge of the circular empty space, it mysteriously disappeared. It was as if there was a spatial fault there, or as if it had been transported away. Ziyi, what's going on? This was the first time that Yun Nuashing saw such a situation and was at a loss. She hurriedly called out to Ziyi in her mind. And Ziyi looked at the empty space through Yun Nuashing's eyes. It was rare that she did not say anything and seemed to be in deep thought. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing also fell silent. She only maintained her evil spirit eyes open state and increased its penetrative power. It seems like it's not a barrier. After a long time, Ziyi said with uncertainty. Yun Nuashing was startled. She had never heard Ziyi say anything with uncertainty. It also seems like it's not a teleportation array. It also doesn't seem like it was absorbed by something. Ziyi's uncertain voice continued to sound out, as if she was eliminating the possibilities one by one. A moment later, Yun Nuashing was astonished to see a ball of dense purple flames emerge from her body and land in front of her. After squirming for a moment, it condensed into a graceful figure in purple clothes. Her light purple hair fluttered in the wind, and the light purple mouth flickered with a bit of lazy charm. That elegant and moving appearance was naturally Ziyi. However, her delicate oval face was filled with doubt, and her left eyebrow was tightly knitted. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Even she had to appear to observe personally. In other words, even with his evil spirit eye, he could not see through it. Could he say that it was indeed a place related to the strong cultivators of that era? I don't know either. However, just when Yun Nuashing thought that she was about to get an answer, Ziyi suddenly turned her head and smiled sweetly at him. She even playfully stuck out her tongue. Ah! Hearing this, Yun Nuashing staggered and almost fell. Before he could say anything, Ziyi muttered, "I'm not an encyclopedia. When I said that I know more things than you, it's only limited to that level. I didn't say that I know everything in the world." Furthermore, Ziyi bent her finger and flicked Yun Nuashing's forehead. She spread her hands helplessly and said, "What kind of concept is the mythological era? From the last era until today, it's been almost 100 eras. That was the beginning of the birth of all living things, when the gods were born. The gods that were born at that time were hundreds of times stronger than the gods that are born now, in every aspect. There's no comparison. How could the things that they set up be so easy to understand?" All right. Yun Nuashing covered his forehead and nodded helplessly. Since even Ziyi could not detect it, then he could forget about seeing it clearly. However, it shouldn't be a problem to make a trip. Seeing his dejected look, Ziyi changed the topic and cutely stuck out her tongue with a smile. "What?" Yun Nuashing, who was just about to go home, heard this and immediately became spirited. He hurriedly turned his head, his eyes twinkling like stars. Ziyi smiled proudly. "Go now?" "Immediately." "Immediately." Yun Nuashing excitedly grabbed Ziyi's lily-white hand and shouted, "Why are you so agitated?" Seeing this, Ziyi rolled her eyes at him. She gently pulled her hand away and rubbed his head with all her might. She smiled and said, "Sister will take you on a walk. Don't be so agitated." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyi directly grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand before Yun Nuashing could even nod in response. With a forceful tug, Ziyi's figure transformed into a ray of purple light as he charged down towards the empty space. This circular empty space covered an area of about 10,000 mu and took up more than half of the oasis. There was not a single tree or weed growing here. It was completely bare, but it was not a desert. Instead, it was brownish-yellow soil. It was as if this place used to be filled with trees, but they disappeared overnight. Standing in the middle of this place, Yun Nuashing looked at this place blankly. He did not find anything out of the ordinary. The only strange thing was that there was not a single trace of energy here. It was so normal that it was frighteningly strange. "Ah, I really don't understand what's here. Did I find the wrong place? Yun Nuashing pulled at his hair. Wisps of smoke rose from his head, and his white teeth were exposed. His distressed and comical appearance made Zi Yi not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, calm down. Although there's nothing here, there's still something. Zi Yi patted his messy head and comforted him. We've walked around here a few times. There's only yellow soil and yellow soil. It's just like 8F** King Mediterranean Sea. How do you expect me to calm down? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. His lips kept moving, and he almost vomited out his soul. Calm down. There's always something that's too normal makes it seem too strange. Zi Yi rubbed his face and smiled. Besides, if it's really related to the gods of the mythological era, how can it be so easy to open? We have to think about it from a different perspective. What perspective? Yun Nuashing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Of course, we have to think about it from the perspective of the gods of the mythological era. Zi Yi rested his hands on his slender waist and said angrily, Ah. Yun Nuashing tilted his head, indicating that he did not understand. There are some things about the mythological era. No, there are some things about the gods that you won't understand before you become a god. Zi Yi shook his head and said, In short, you just have to watch. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. You're not telling me half of the story. I didn't know in the first place, and now I'm even more confused. Zi Yi closed Mei Mao's eyes and slowly formed a few hand seals with her lily-white hands. As her hand seals changed, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that the world seemed to tremble slightly. Although there was still no trace of energy here, he could feel the energy fluctuations. This contradictory feeling made him frown. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Zi Yi's serious expression, he did not know what to say. He could only look at her quietly. Her hand seals changed for a while before finally settling into a certain posture. Then a purple flame mark slowly appeared on Zi Yi's smooth forehead. Faint purple energy flowed over the surface of her body, and an aura as vast as the ocean suddenly exploded from her slender body, completely enveloping the entire area. A pair of sparkling and translucent eyes glowed with a faint purple light, and her inverted slender eyebrows made her appear to be quite dignified and dignified. Yun Nuashing almost fainted from the powerful aura that suddenly erupted beside him. However, Zi Yi instantly sent a gentle aura into his body, and only then did he feel slightly better. However, his hands actually started to tremble under this aura, and even his soul was trembling slightly. Moreover, at this moment, it seemed as if there was some sort of power that wanted him to submit and submit. The inexplicable feeling in his heart gave Yun Nuashing a fright. Before he could take a closer look, the whirlpool zither hidden in his heart glowed faintly, and a gentle power spread out from it, enveloping Yun Nuashing. Only then did the feeling subside. The rumbling of thunder rang in his ears. The entire land seemed to tremble at this moment. The surrounding space was twisted like a towel, as if it would shatter at any moment. However, when the sound that came from nature entered Yun Nuashing's ears, it changed. It was a wail of submission. Chapter 233. This world is in fear and submission. The voice of the entire world accurately flowed into Yun Nuashing's ears, making him feel a sense of absurdity. It was as if even the world was kneeling before this girl in front of him, and her orders had to be obeyed. Boom! As soon as this aura spread out, Yun Nuashing heard a dull sound coming from the ground. Then the ground shook even more violently, as if there was an earthquake. His vision swayed continuously, and he hurriedly crouched down. Then he saw the ground around him slowly rising. No, to be more precise, the ground they were standing on was slowly sinking like a funnel. The changes in the ground made Yun Nuashing slightly happy. Just as he was about to say something, his gaze caught the cold light in Zi Yi's eyes. That was the temperament of a superior person, and he could not help but shrink his head back. He obediently stayed at the side and waited quietly, not daring to say a word. The ground shook for a few minutes before it finally stopped. After waiting for another 2 minutes, without seeing any changes, Ziyi retracted his aura. He turned around and saw Yin Nuashing hugging her legs and curling up into a ball on the ground. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "What are you doing?" "It's all because you scared me." Yin Nuashing averted his gaze and muttered. He grabbed Ziyi's jade-like hand and pulled himself up with a little force. He patted his butt and asked, "What was that just now?" "Divine right." Ziyi smiled faintly. "You can understand it as a kind of energy that only rebirth realm experts possess. As you can see, it can command everything in the world. Furthermore, it can be used to suppress others. However, I'm not a god, so I can't really use my divine right. I'm just borrowing the power of the divine flame to barely use it. Otherwise, Little Star would have to kneel down before the swirling zither reacted. When a god's divine right is released, everything in the world will have to bow down and worship it." Ziyi smiled mischievously after saying that. "You still have the nerve to say that. You didn't even pay attention and released it indiscriminately." Yin Nuashing grumbled unhappily. "I'm sorry. What's wrong with such a big place? I can't control a small place." Ziyi stuck out her tongue and hugged his arm with her jade-like hands. She smiled and said, "Don't be angry, big brother." Upon hearing this, Yin Nuashing shuddered violently and goosebumps appeared all over his body. That last big brother was so sweet that he was sick of it. Well, let's stop joking. Seeing his flushed cheeks, Ziyi laughed proudly and let go of his hand. Looking at the slightly brightly lit area, he looked ahead and said with a smile, "Although it's open, we can't go in today. There aren't enough people." "Huh." His face was still a little red. The first thing he did when he came back to his senses was to follow her gaze. Then his eyes widened and he was stunned. This was an underground cavern. The vast underground world didn't seem dark at all. On the mountain wall in front of them, there was a huge black door that was tens of thousands of feet tall embedded in the stone wall. On the huge black door, there were complicated red patterns protruding out. They looked like a group of demons dancing wildly, but also like 100 flowers blooming. These patterns were grouped together on the circular plate in the middle. It also looked like a huge dragon hugging a dragon pearl. The complicated mural was dazzling to look at. On the circular plate in the middle, 2 yin and yang fish were entangled together, forming an 8 trigrams diagram. However, the yin fish's eyes were empty. They were missing a piece, an incomplete 8 trigrams diagram. The sunlight shone down and formed a bright pillar of light. On the stone platform that they landed on, Yin Nuashing looked from afar and saw that the circular plate in the middle was missing a piece. There wasn't a hint of white in the black. It was a very obvious flaw. Missing your head. Ziyi rolled her eyes at him. He was baffled and didn't understand what he said wrong. The yin fish's eyes aren't missing. That's a key. The key to opening this door. Ziyi said indifferently as she looked at the door with her purple eyes. It's hidden. Yin Nuashing quickly reacted. She hurriedly opened her evil spirit eye and changed her line of sight. A blurry white shadow appeared in her line of sight. It was floating in front of the door. 3 thin white pillars of light shot down from the white bead, forming a triangle that connected the 3 crystals on the ground. However, before Yin Nuashing could see clearly, Ziyi walked towards the huge door with his hands behind his back. She hurriedly jumped down from the stone platform and followed him. How do we open it? Standing in front of the huge black door, Yin Nuashing slowly turned her head back. She looked at Ziyi, who was standing beside her, and asked, "Just put the yin fish's eyes back in place. However, we'll need 3 people to do it." Pointing at the 3 white crystals on the ground, Ziyi said, "Energy crystals. The person who placed them here used these 3 crystals to lock the yin fish's eyes here. As long as we block the energy from the crystals, we'll be able to put the eyes back in place. We should be able to open the door. I don't know." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She looked at the 3 crystals that were far away from each other. Just as she was about to take out her weapon, Ziyi grabbed her hand. She looked at him with an expression that said, "Are you stupid?" making her a little depressed. Energy crystals can be attached to items with energy to increase the output of energy. If you throw your weapon over, won't you be strengthening the sealing ability of the crystals? Ziyi sighed and said unhappily, "Then what do we do? Go back and call Ziyin and the others over?" Yun Nuashing laughed dryly, then frowned and said, "There's no other way. This energy can only be blocked with the body. If you use anything else, it will increase the output of energy." Z reached out and touched the white energy beam lightly. Seeing the light focused on her slender fingers, she nodded and smiled at him. "It's fine. Looking at this designer, it doesn't look like he's setting up some kind of trap. At the very least, isn't the first checkpoint very easy to pass? I don't think there's any danger inside, right? I feel that rather than saying this place is hidden, it's better to say that the person purposely set up this trap and is waiting for a specific person to open it." "A specific person?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. "I don't know. It's just a guess." Yi stuck out her tongue cutely. Yun Nuashing, "Well, let's leave it at that for today. There's no point in staying here. If you want to go in, you'll have to call Ziyin and the others over." Ziyi waved her hand. Taking advantage of the fact that Yun Nuashing wasn't paying attention, she turned back into her flame form and entered Yun Nuashing's body. "All right." Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. She jumped back and returned to the stone platform. Then she spread her wings and flew toward the exit. After flying out of the hole, Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the stair-like ground behind her. She whistled and looked at the ice-blue crescent moon hanging in the sky. She couldn't help but be stunned. She took a moment to determine the direction and hurriedly flew toward the direction of the village. Before they knew it, it was already nighttime. Any longer and they would be worried. In the village, Uncle Lu and Uncle Ma were pacing back and forth in front of the stone house. They glanced at the sky in the west from time to time. The former couldn't help but sigh and hesitate in front of the door with his hands behind his back. After a long while, the 2 of them looked at each other and stomped their feet anxiously. Just as they were about to lead the 2 horses out, a dazzling golden light appeared in the distant sky. In just a few blinks of an eye, it appeared in front of them. At the same time, a hearty chuckle sounded. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Ma, it's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Hurry up and go in. It's quite cold outside at night." Yun Nuashing scratched her head. She knew that they were waiting for her and felt a little embarrassed. "You're finally back. Did you go to that place?" Seeing her return, the 2 of them immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle Lu frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She stuck out her tongue and then answered honestly, "I went there once. I was a little curious." Hearing this, Uncle Lu jumped up anxiously and hurriedly said, "You mustn't go there again. Didn't I tell you that it's very dangerous? It's not a good place. If you keep appearing there, it's very easy for something to happen." "What kind of place is that?" Yun Nuashing asked as the image of the door appeared in her mind. She was very curious and wanted to know these questions. "All right, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you'll still have to go there and explore." Uncle Lu sighed helplessly. "Please tell me slowly." Seeing that there was hope, Yun Nuashing's eyes lit up. She hid it again before she was discovered. Even Uncle Ma on the side pricked up his ears. It seemed that he was also very curious about this matter. Uncle Lu crossed his palms and rubbed them gently, as if he was sorting out his thoughts. After a while he said, "That place was discovered by the ancestors of the Lu family. The Heaven Pulse Master of the past warned the descendants not to go there. He said that the place was a relic of the gods and many things were buried there. However, he didn't know what was inside. There was a saying that was passed down, Yin and Yang return, heaven and earth cage, smoke and dust cover, the past appears, the God's end, the God's end, the God's reign. In the end, when you were drunk, you accidentally told others about this. That young traveler disappeared. Uncle Ma on the side stroked his beard and said, "That was an accident. What can I do?" Hearing this, Uncle Lu's old face showed a trace of shame. He continued, "There are indeed some treasures in the relic of the gods. I think there should be divine grade Xian crystals. Otherwise, the ancestors wouldn't have paid so much attention to it. But you mustn't go there." Before Uncle Lu finished speaking, Yun Nuashing and Uncle Ma spat out a mouthful of water at the same time. Divine grade Xian crystals. Yun Nuashing awkwardly wiped the corners of her mouth with the back of her hand. Her face twitched hard. Divine grade Xian crystals could really be said to be priceless. It was said that they contained unlimited energy. Every time a divine grade Xian crystal appeared, the entire divine realm would shake violently. All the forces would raise a sky-high price and try to get it at all costs. Bloody battles had happened before for a fist-sized divine grade Xian crystal. However, after being shocked for a moment, he calmed down. He didn't know much about the mythological era. It should be very different from now, when the world was in turmoil. It shouldn't be impossible for something like divine grade Xian crystals to appear. Maybe in that era it was even sold at street stalls. The things sealed inside were all arranged by that god. Even this place was decided by him. I don't know what will be revealed inside, but one thing is for sure. There should be danger there. After Uncle Lu finished speaking, he sighed and looked at the sky in the west. His eyes were a little complicated. Yun Nuashing spread out her hands. She was determined to go to the relic of the gods. They were already at the door. How could she not go? Chapter 234. After chatting with Elder Lu for a while, Yun Nuashing said good night and slowly walked into the stone house. Seeing him come back, Xian threw the book in her hand onto the bed and jumped up a little nervously. She jumped to his side and asked anxiously, "Xingxing, are you okay? Brother, are you okay?" At the same time, Ming also jumped into Yun Nuashing's arms and touched his face in a fluster as he asked nervously, "It's not like I went to hell for a stroll." As soon as he opened the door, 2 fragrant winds blew in front of him, and then a petite body threw itself into his arms. However, in the blink of an eye, he met a pair of beautiful and moving eyes. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. Why did it make him feel like he had gone to some kind of evil place? "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm really fine." Patting Ming Ming's head, Yun Nuashing revealed a reassuring smile. However, Ziyan was worried and took a few more glances. When he saw that Ming Ming really didn't seem to have any problems, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "You went out for half a day. Ming Ming and I were worried that something might have happened to you." Ziyan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. "Yes, something did happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back tonight." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded in agreement. His frightening words made the two of them nervous again. They grabbed him and looked him up and down. The only thing they wanted to do was to take off his clothes. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say anything wrong. It was just that the way they interpreted it was different. He had no choice but to quickly explain what happened. "Don't scare people like that." Hearing the explanation, Xian sighed in relief again. She raised her slender eyebrows and glared fiercely at Yun Nuashing, who was smiling embarrassedly. She shook her head, helplessly. "Okay, I was wrong." After tidying up his messy clothes, Yun Nuashing stuck out his tongue. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face turned red. He coughed dryly and stammered, "Xian, can you, just—" "Yes, no problem." Although she didn't hear what Yun Nuashing said, she was smart enough to know what he wanted to say at this time. He probably wanted her to go down with him and open the door to the gods' historical site. "But, however, I have a condition." Seeing Yun Nuashing heave a sigh of relief, Xian smiled. Her rosy lips curled into a charming arc, and Mei Mao, who narrowed her eyes, looked a little sly. What are your conditions? Yun Nuoxing raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms, and smiled. After the door opened, Xian chuckled. You're going in too? Before she could finish, Yun Nuoxing interrupted her. The familiar conversation made him laugh, helplessly. He had planned to do so anyway. How did you know? Having her line stolen, Xian's pretty face turned red. Seeing him snickering, her face turned even redder. She was indeed worried that Yun Nuoxing would throw her back after opening the door, saying that it was dangerous. Who knows if there are any similar mechanisms behind it? It's not a big deal to bring you along. It's just one more person. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and sighed. Brother, there's still me. Hearing the two talking and not talking about her, Ming became a little anxious. She was also worried that she would be left behind in the village. Okay, I'll bring you along too, little follower. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rudely scratched Ming's head with his palm, causing her to pout and mumble. Xian couldn't help but laugh. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight broke the silence of the night sky, the door of a stone house in the village opened quietly. Then, two dark shadows crept out in the dark. The one walking in front was even tiptoeing. When the shadow behind walked out, they turned around and quietly closed the door. Their sneaky appearance was a little funny. Are you still going there? Just as the two dark shadows closed the door and were about to sneak out, an old and helpless voice suddenly sounded from behind them. The two dark shadows were startled and almost jumped up. Uncle Lu, you're up so early. The dark shadow scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Judging from this voice, it was naturally Yun Nuoxing. He planned to sneak to the god's historical remains in the early morning before anyone woke up. He didn't expect to be discovered. He turned around awkwardly. With the help of the ray of sunlight, he could clearly see that a chair had appeared in the empty space behind him at some point in time. The person sitting on the chair was Uncle Lu. However, looking at the old man's tired appearance and his hair covered in frost, he seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Sigh. Uncle Lu sighed heavily and slapped his thigh in annoyance. He said regretfully, If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you see that picture. Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue and didn't have the nerve to continue the conversation. He still insisted on going after other people's advice. He wouldn't be able to explain himself if he was discovered. Uncle Lu glanced at Yun Nuoxing and knew that he couldn't stop them no matter what he did. He sighed and said, Wait a moment. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yun Nuoxing's reply and walked straight into the stone house. After a few minutes, he walked out with a wooden box the size of a basin. The wooden box was covered in scratches and gave off an ancient aura. It seemed to have been there for a long time, even though it showed signs of decay. Seeing him take out a box, Yun Nuoxing looked puzzled. He didn't know what it was. It was left behind by my ancestor. He was the only person who went in and came back alive. In the end, he brought out this thing. I don't know what it is either. I haven't opened it before. Uncle Lu sighed and rubbed the wooden box with nostalgia. After a while, he placed the wooden box on the stone table. He gently opened the box with his wrinkled hands. Suddenly, a rotten aura came out. He didn't know how many years it had been sealed. Beads? Yun Nuoxing saw two round beads that were a little bigger than a fist in the box. One was black and the other was white. They didn't have any luster. My ancestor took these out from the ruins of the gods. Maybe they can help you if you go in. Uncle Lu nodded. Yun Nuoxing gently picked up the two round beads and put them on his hand. He didn't see anything special about them. They were just ordinary round beads. They didn't even have any energy. However, he still put them into the pendant solemnly. Since they were items from the ruins of the gods, they should be special. They might save his life in an emergency. Little brother, when are you coming back? In the end, Uncle Lu sent them to the entrance of the village. Looking at his confident expression, he suddenly thought of the traveler he had seen before. That day he had also sent him out of the village like this. The latter had the same expression, but he had never seen that very young traveler come back. Well, I'll come back when the trip to the ruins is over, Yun Nuashing thought and smiled. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Taking Ziyan and the other two with him, he soared into the air and waved his hand behind him. His body trembled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Uncle Lu was still standing at the entrance of the village. Looking in the direction they had left, he sighed. Is this the ruins of the gods? In front of the enormous black door, Ziyan raised her head and looked at the enormous door. Her beautiful eyes revealed a curious expression. A moment later, she hugged Mingming a little tighter and said to her little head that was swaying around, Later when you go in, don't touch anything. There are many mechanisms inside. Okay. Ming nodded obediently. Okay, the barrier is broken. Get ready to open the door. In front of them, Yun Nuashing clapped his hands and looked at the white beads that gradually appeared. His expression was a little strange. Perhaps it was just as Zai said. This god was waiting for someone to open the ruins. He didn't want to completely seal it. Otherwise, the key barrier to open the door wouldn't have been broken so easily. Energy crystals. Seeing the gradually appearing eyes of the Yin fish and the 3 crystals connected to the ground, Ziyan looked at them with some surprise. She had an alchemist in her family, so she knew a little about these things. The process of opening the door was much simpler than Yun Nuashing imagined. 3 people stood at the positions of the 3 crystals and blocked the 3 rays of light with their bodies. It was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the 3rd person was Ming. Yun Nuashing called Zai a few times in her heart. Seeing that she didn't respond at all, she had no choice but to let Ming be the 3rd person. The energy rays were blocked by 3 hands. The 3 energy crystals stopped releasing energy. When the rays of light were blocked, the Yin fish's eyes trembled and slowly flew toward the missing part of the Yin fish. Buzz! The white beads were embedded in the circular plate at the center of the black door. Then the 8 trigrams in the middle started to spin rapidly. 2 rays of energy shot out from the yin-yang fish and spread around half of the stone door, spreading out like a net. The painting in the middle that looked like a giant dragon suddenly came to life and rushed out of the stone door. It opened its blood-red eyes and roared at Yun Nuashing and the others. Roar! The sudden change stunned Yun Nuashing for a moment. The moment he reacted, he suddenly turned his gaze and saw the roaring dragon coming over. He felt the energy contained in this roar, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He quickly took out his halberd and grabbed it with his right hand. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, he slashed at the roar that had turned into a sound wave that rushed over. The heavenly halberd drew a perfect crescent arc, but it was as easy as cutting through the air. It didn't touch anything. There was no energy explosion. There was no ripple spreading out. The sound wave also suddenly dissipated in the air like a bubble. She suddenly came back to her senses, but realized that nothing had happened. She held the halberd in her hand and was sweating profusely. The back of her robe was stuck to her body, and she felt uncomfortable just by moving her arms. What's going on? Stars! Seeing that he suddenly took out his halberd and slashed at the air, Ziyan looked at him in confusion. She didn't know what happened. She didn't see anything just now. It's nothing. Yun Nuashing shook her head and touched her forehead. Her entire hand was wet. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She said in her heart, Zai, what was that just now? Spiritual pressure. Your soul power and spiritual power are too strong. That's why you sensed it. But it's nothing serious. Don't worry, calm down. Zai comforted her softly. He paused for a moment and said solemnly, I sensed a very ancient aura in the ruins. This place has existed for at least 80 eras. I sense the aura of 4 reincarnations, 80 eras. The corners of her eyes twitched. Looking at the giant door that was slowly opening, Yun Nuashing took in a cold breath. However, she wasn't too shocked. The mythological era started from the birth of the great Yuan realm. It lasted for 40 eras before it switched to the next era. In other words, it was more than 80 eras before the end of the era. The timing matched well. It's just that it's been so long. Is there really anything left inside? Chapter 235. Boom! The giant black door shrank into the mountain wall and slowly stopped with a dull sound. The entire underground world trembled with this sound. One could only imagine how heavy this door was. To be honest, I'm still a little resistant to the underground world. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth wide and touched his face. The howling cold wind blew past him like a storm, stirring up layers of sand and dust. Seeing this familiar scene, he said with a little gloominess. Xian shrugged. Their trip to the Earth Grotto was indeed a little dangerous, and they were all a little traumatized. Yun Nuashing waited until the bone-chilling wind gradually weakened until it finally disappeared. He picked up Ming and led the two of them slowly into the glowing tunnel. However, he didn't put away the halberd in his hand. The few of them slowly walked forward. After walking for about 10 miles, they saw that the stone walls were very smooth and intact. There were no traces of history at all. It made them wonder if this place had really existed for such a long time. There's nothing in this huge ruins of the gods. Yun Nuashing finally couldn't help but grumble after walking for about 5 miles. His voice was filled with resentment. Could it be that we're going in the wrong direction? Xian said. She thought about the tunnel they saw in the Earth Grotto that was full of mirrors. She looked around and gently pressed her hand against the stone wall. There's no other path here. The walls are ridiculously hard. It shouldn't be the case. Yun Nuashing shook his head when he saw her actions. He had just poked the wall with his halberd, but he didn't leave any marks on it. The fact that even a divine weapon couldn't scratch the wall was enough to show how strong its defense was. Well, be patient. Let's walk a little longer. I think there should be something left behind here. It's not some precious divine weapon, nor is it some divine weapon. It's more like... Zai said softly. She didn't say anything in the end. Yun Nuashing felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. More like what? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask after waiting for a while. I don't know. Zi Yi laughed mischievously. Hearing this laughter, rows of black lines drooped down from Yun Nuashing's forehead, and his face twitched twice. I don't know how you came to the conclusion that there are no weapons inside. It's an intuition. As if he could sense Yun Nuashing's disdain, Zi Yi snorted and mimicked him. He brought out his words and made him speechless. You're twisting words and forcing logic. I'm actually speechless. Thanks for the compliment. Although he was a little reluctant, Yun Nuashing still trusted Zi Yi very much. He followed her words and continued walking forward. He also felt that there was still a long way to go. How could he face himself if he returned empty-handed after coming all the way here? After a long time, 2 sets of rhythmic footsteps could be heard in the dull underground world. Yun Nuashing and Xian were walking side by side. Their gazes were fixed on the passage ahead, which was getting brighter and brighter. Their expressions also became more serious. This light wasn't produced by Yun Nuashing using divine energy. Instead, it was the light emitted by the passage itself. They didn't know what kind of material that God used back then, but it had such a strange property. After being washed by time, the light still hadn't been extinguished. After walking for another 5 kilometers, the passage seemed to have come to an end. It extended outwards into a wide space. Right in front of them was a silver-blue ground. It was no longer the yellow soil behind them. Stone pillars stretched out from both sides. Faint blue flames rose from the top of the stone pillars, like the wisps illuminating the space with a faint blue color. It looked a little horrifying. Why do I feel like I've come to hell? Yun Nuashing touched her face. Her mouth felt a little dry as she looked at the passage flickering with golden light behind her. She looked at the passage in front of her, where the faint blue willow, the wisps extended to the end of her vision. "Be careful." She turned her head and said to Zian. Yun Nuashing reached out and grabbed her wrist. She lifted her feet and slowly left the passage, walking up to the platform in front of them. Outside the passage, there was a semicircular platform. There were many spikes on the edge of the platform, like a warning to people not to approach. At the top of the platform, there was a 10-meter wide passage extending into the darkness ahead. Accompanied by the willow, the wisps on both sides of the passage, it stretched straight to the end of their vision. They couldn't tell how long it was. The place outside the platform and the passage was a bottomless abyss. They could only see the stone pillars standing at the bottom, but they couldn't tell how deep it was. The black color of the abyss seemed to be able to swallow people's souls. After looking at it for a long time, they actually felt a little dizzy. Did we really come to the wrong place? Yun Nuashing frowned and laughed dryly. How did the ruins of the gods become like this? Did the Heaven Vein Master also come here? "There's something on the stone wall." Zian pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve, stretched out her jade fingers, and pointed to the stone walls on both sides and said. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked in the direction she pointed. Then he was stunned. It was a mural. It was 100 meters tall. There was only a palace painted on it, and there were some people on it. There was nothing special about it. The so-called mural, as the name suggests, was directly painted on the wall. It was used to record things. The god of the gods seemed to want to record something here. But there was only a palace, so it was obvious that he couldn't see anything. Seeing the carvings on the right side of the mountain wall, Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and quickly turned his head to the other side. But after a moment he turned back with a smile. There was nothing on the left side of the mountain wall. He just subconsciously thought that there would be some kind of explanation behind it. "I don't know how to look at paintings." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said with a little distress. "Then let me look at it." Hearing this, Zian giggled. Ignoring his awkward expression, she walked forward a bit, stretched her jade-like neck, and carefully examined the mural. "Brother is stupid." Seeing this, Ming, who was in his arms, couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?" Hearing that even Ming was making fun of him, Yun Nuashing was a little anxious, but after a moment, he laughed bitterly and said nothing. After looking carefully for a while, Zian shook her head and sighed. "A palace from the mythological era. It should belong to some force. There's a little information left, so I can't see much. There's no hurry, since this mural was left behind." Hearing the sigh, Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at the distant passage that led to an unknown place, and said, "There must be other murals. Let's go." Hearing this, Zian nodded, turned around and jogged to Yun Nuashing's side, and followed him forward. Just as Yun Nuashing expected, after walking for about 100 feet, they arrived in front of the second mural. It was a flat world drawn on it. It was smoking and looked a little dilapidated, as if it had just been destroyed. 2 small palaces stood at the 2 ends of the flat world. There were hundreds of figures floating around them, as if they were facing each other from a distance. "That's the realm of the gods?" Yun Nuashing spat out in shock. Everyone knew that the realm of the gods was a flat world. "It should be. From what little memory I have left, I only know that in the 8 elemental realms, only the realm of the gods is like this flat world. The others are not like this," Ziyu replied. After a moment, his voice suddenly changed and was tinged with some doubt. "But this is the realm of the gods. Those 2 palaces can't be." The low murmur was so soft that Yun Nuashing couldn't hear it clearly. After Zian finished looking, she frowned slightly and didn't say anything. She just pulled Yun Nuashing and ran, impatient to see the next mural. Yun Nuashing was a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything. He directly put his arm around Zian's weak shoulder, and the light element in his body surged, turning into a golden light, and flew forward at high speed. The third mural was a little chaotic. It depicted battle. Thousands of people flew in the sky, surrounding a palace and fighting. The images of the people on the mural were very clearly depicted. Those expressions seemed to be roaring, hissing, grinding teeth, and sucking blood. It seemed to bring them back to the scene of the battle. It seemed that there really was the sound of weapons clashing around them, the sound of thousands of people roaring, the rumbling of the great Tao, space shattering, and the whole world collapsing and being destroyed. That palace seems to be the same as the one on the right of the second mural. Zien said after thinking for a while staring at the palace with rapt attention. Yun Nuashing nodded. This mural was very vivid. Everyone's faces were completely depicted. Just thinking about it made them feel as if they were there. Without saying anything else, the two of them rushed to the next mural without stopping. There was no more chaos. The earth was cracked, corpses were everywhere, and countless abysses spread out like a spider web. Blood converged into a river, and a person whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly was standing on a small mountain of corpses. 7 rings were floating behind him. Although the ground was full of corpses, there were still many people fighting and killing in the sky. This person's appearance couldn't be seen clearly no matter how they looked at it. They didn't know if his appearance was deliberately covered up. In the next mural, a group of people appeared out of nowhere. The blurry figure was stabbed into the ground by a spear. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, Yun Nuashing felt that he seemed to be laughing loudly. Then a monstrous black fog curled up and enveloped the group of people who suddenly appeared and were still fighting in the sky. That's it. Seeing a cloud of black fog on the mural, Yun Nuashing was stunned and a little puzzled. It's the result of the black fog from the previous mural. Zien looked seriously for a long time and said with uncertainty, the next mural switched to another palace. In the palace hall, a person stood in front of a throne. This was the second person whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly in the mural. Behind him, a vast black fog completely surrounded the palace hall. The person who was stabbed into the ground by a spear was now holding the spear and pointing it at the figure in front of the throne. The person in front of the throne turned around. Her slender hand held a huge sword and rushed towards the person. The person also brought the cloud of black fog behind him and fiercely met the attack. It's a woman? Looking at the slender, jade-like hand, Yun Nuashing was stunned. In the last few murals, the woman's body was covered in blood. Hundreds of balls of light floated around her and fused into her body. She raised her head and screamed. Resplendent light gushed out from her body like a star. In the last moment, she perished together with the man. As for the black fog, it didn't reveal its true appearance from beginning to end, but it also collapsed and was destroyed. She forced a god to self-destruct. I really don't know how powerful her opponent was. After looking at the last mural, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. I have a rough idea of the meaning of these murals when they are connected. Is this the reason for the end of the mythological era? 10,000 gods appear, heaven and earth cry, space-time collapse, gods fall, waiting for a new life, darkness descends. After carefully looking at the last mural, the attentive Zien recalled a sentence she had seen in an ancient book and softly read it out. The fall of the gods, the advent of darkness. Yun Nuashing repeated. The era after the mythological era was the age of darkness. It was a period of turmoil after the upheaval of heaven and earth. After the extinction of the first great deity, the Deyuan realm lost its protection, causing the entire Deyuan realm to be in a state of extreme panic. This kind of dark turmoil only recovered after a great reincarnation. However, no one knew which deity was responsible for that inexplicable protection. After all, there was still no sign of the first deity. That sentence, as well as the current understanding of the mythological era, had been deduced by the powerful seers of ancient times through various means. As for whether it was true or not, no one could say for sure. But surprisingly, no one had ever come forward to question it. There are some words on it, but I can't understand them. They should be words left behind from the mythological era. Zian raised her head and pointed at the top of the mural with her slender finger. After looking at it for a while, she shook her head helplessly. Ancient words? I haven't studied them before. Look. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing pouted and looked over curiously. She was about to say, I can't understand it either, but when she saw the words, she was stunned and the words came out of her mouth uncontrollably. Dusk of the Gods.